in just a couple minutes here. I gotta send my reefer check. 4. Now, let's see. I need to put some defogger on. Windshield to fog a little bit first, and then I'll get rid of it. It rained a pretty good amount. Hey, how you doing? Got a pretty good bit of rain earlier, and it's still actually raining lightly right now. 37 degrees. Not raining hard at all. It's my windshield's just fogged up at the moment. I'm waiting on the truck to warm up enough to where I can get it to go away.
Hey, did you ever check your paperwork, see what you were delivered? I just did. It said the 22nd. On Friday. Yeah, I was just trying to check on that too, see what day that was, but yeah, this 22nd.
Oh, that'll help you right there.
Ben likes to tell you that you have an appointment time when you go up there, but it's first come, first serve.
Oh, do we need to call him today and let him know anything that where we're at or anything?
No, you only call him if there's problems.
Alright.
Nice seeing it now.
We're gonna fool around the fuel pump.
You should see all the
Fuel.
water flying off my the top of my trailer. Oh, I've got another truck to go to. Ah, damn it. Hang on.
How you feeling, Randy?
My mount just fell.
Oh, like you raised all night and I'm not awake yet. Yeah.
There.
You guys need to stop doing the horizontal bump all night long. Yeah, that's definitely not it.
I hope that camera looks centered there. Yeah, windshield's starting to clear up too. I can't see back there. Okay. Going through Flagstaff for just another 10-15 miles. There's a possibility I'll be there before the other driver. I'm not really pleased with his ETA though, and I know he got a little annoyed when I told him I was all concerned about when he was going to be there. Because the reason why is because when if we end up swapping at 10 o'clock like he says that he'll be there by, and I gotta factor in at least a good 5+ hours to get from Gallup back over to Tolleson. That'll put me there at least 1,500, maybe even 1,600 by the time I get into Tolleson and back off duty. And okay, so so he told me to be there sometime between 9 or 10 a.m. And okay, if I get there at 1,600, that would force me to leave Tolleson the next morning at 1 a.m. And I have a little over 300-mile trip from Tolleson to Fontana with that next load. And it's due at 6 a.m. that same morning. So he's going to jam me up if he doesn't get there till 10 o'clock. And I find it unacceptable too, because I know where he's at and I know what time he started his break. He started his break at I think it's 7:05 or no, yeah, he could go back on duty this morning at 7:05. And he's in Grants Milan area, which is only an hour drive from where we're swapping. So to me, he can be there easily by 8:30. So I'm planning in the possibility of being there by that he can them. I told our dispatch last night. Told them if this guy dawdles and doesn't show up on time, he's not getting my load. They can find somebody else to get my load delivered. Donuts and coffee when we get to Gallup. I don't plan to stop anywhere. Just gonna run straight through. Want to make sure I'm there, and I got time to burn, on my 14 before he gets there. But of course, I'm gonna be a little annoyed if it takes more than an hour after I get there for him to arrive. There's no reason for that when he's only hour drive away from there, and he can go on duty at 7:05 in the morning. In fact, if he's Johnny on the spot with getting moving, he could probably even get there right around the same time as me. he's not running early this morning. I was looking to see if he was streaming before I was going to start doing anything myself, and I didn't see his. He wasn't streaming yet. I know he made his delivery in Tracy, but I didn't hear anything about where he's picking up his next loadout or when.
Yeah,
showering every single day before I got into trucking, but doing this most of the time I don't really get dirty. Most of the time I'm just sitting in the seat and just, as long as my face and hands are clean and at least brush my teeth and all that kind of stuff. I'm usually good. And yeah, you can always tell when you have feeling a little dirty and you know it's time to shower. It's like I prefer to get my showers before I get to that point. Then I'll start getting really pissy if I need a shower and I can't get one. Because where I need to run to or whatever. It's just sometimes it works out that way. Load and a different time of day that I'd be coming through, back over, I would actually be tempted to go take the Holbrook to Mesa route down there, but it's actually a shorter route, by about, what is that, I think 60 miles or so, but it's a slower route too, and I would also get into the Phoenix around the east end of town, and I'd have to deal with the commute traffic, which, yeah, that's not going to happen. Alright, Lisa. Hey, Yolanda, and everybody else. About 360 miles across Arizona, so 155 to go. Pull over to get to New Mexico, and then the TA in Gallup is off exit 16, so just right around 170 miles, which would be just over 2.5 hours. Get some maybe some sunrise views, maybe an hour or so from now, I imagine. Might not get much because of the clouds, but maybe we'll get, I don't know, maybe we'll get lucky and see some color. Accidents on I-40 in California last night, this morning. Some of our drivers in our company group were posting about it. if you're driving the truck. Probably gonna see our England truck. That's a Walmart trailer in front of me. Anyway, there's a requirement for when you get your CDL. There's a requirement for you to be able to speak, read, and write English. So if there's a CMV driver and they need a translator to communicate with law enforcement, I have to wonder why in the hell are they driving a CMV then? Now, I don't have a problem with anyone making a better life for themselves and their family or whatever else. And that's what makes America what it is. We're diverse. But all I'm saying is rules are rules. I had to sign something saying that I could speak, read, and write English myself when I got my CDL, and everybody else does. So it's one of those things that make you go, What kind of problem are you having there, Lori? Because I know he posted on his Facebook today, I guess his Amazon affiliates account, I guess they severed their ties with him because on all of his live feeds he would have that link in there to his Amazon affiliates account. Well, I guess they're saying that it was a violation of their policy or something, so they basically blocked him or whatever, and so now I think he took his stuff down to, or I think he privatized his channel for or whatever temporarily to get all those links out of his post, out of his videos. He's got a whole bunch of videos too. He'll have his page back up. He's just got to get all those Amazon affiliates links out of his videos before he, that's what's going on. The sad thing is, he said he never made a dime off that Amazon affiliate thing, and I guess he was supposed to have at least $100 in his account for even collect money or something, and I guess he wasn't aware of that or something along that line. Riding pretty good here. Just past the 210 mile marker. That's the 211 Winona. Turn your bright lights off. We're camping out there. doing 63 at the moment. but then again, I call it a free truck wash. So, company name is Skype. Did I just read that right? Jamal Brothers Incorporated. I swear that logo on the side of that tractor said Skype on it, like the video chatting. Yeah. Be a good sign then, because it could be a hint that I might be getting toward the end of this little cell here. Post videos on your YouTube profiles. Have you guys tried the new the beta basically uploader tool, the YouTube Studio, whatever? The videos I posted last night, both of those I used with that new setup, and overall it's not bad. I kind of like it as a whole. Like really that I have to hit the drop down menu to select what privacy level I want the videos posted at. I wish they would default automatically to one or another before, whatever I have my own defaults at. So that's something I'd like to see changed. Set up more like a wizard in a way. It's up to 40 degrees now. 39. I think at the 6,000 foot level, like you start getting if you get colder, not warmer. Yeah, that's one of the advantages, and that's fine by me. Because I put on mine that mine are not designed for kids, but they are safe for people to watch. Because I was reading into that whole thing with the whole kid safety, the COPPA stuff, and they sent an email also, I think, explaining it. And basically explain that if you say it's for kids, then it's really literally specifically for kids is what it's intended use is. But obviously mine's not intended specifically for kids, so I put on there that it's not for kids. But then in the next section down, it'll ask you if you want to put any age restrictions on it, and I can say I don't have any age restrictions, which is good because I'd like to know that my own kids are possibly watching. Twin Arrows Casino exit coming up here in a minute. not saturated as saturated as it was earlier. Swifty or someone else? Can't tell. No, I don't know. It's Swift. I think I've just seen a reflection on the door speed up. Still getting some south and north winds here. I'm actually having to hold my steering wheel slightly to the right to stay straight. Of light showing's good. Now I can get a better idea of what the weather ahead is going to be like. There's the 225 Buffalo Range Road. About 130 miles from the Mexico line now. 135 actually. Windshield wipers down. That's a good sign. Now, what we can do this time is take account of how many times you say the word buffering. You say the word buffering. I think I counted at least a good 7 or 8 times you said buffering yesterday. That's one. 29 miles. Holbrook 60. See at least a little bit of a break in the clouds, a little bit off to the right side. I think you can probably see it. That's really the only place I see much of any kind of light, though. Looks like I've got cloud cover everywhere else. Different shades of gray and stuff everywhere else, but it's more like black or like a charcoal kind of color on a lot of it. Alright, 6:05 a.m. local time, just about. I don't know what time sunrise is here, but I know it should be within the next hour. Trip to get from Bellemont over to Gallup, back over to Flagstaff, and then down to Tolleson. It'll be 520 miles, I think it is. So as long as I can run normal speeds, it'll be a pretty easy day. Relatively speaking, considering I normally run 600 plus. Up here, one guy at least hit his brakes. Oh, he might just be jake braking, because it is a slight downhill right here. Exit 230. you can see, but it's still not a hell of a lot. Over there, check that place out. I can't remember how far drive it is off here. It's, I want to say it's like about 10 miles or whatever it is. But they do have truck parking available there to check it out. break there is in the clouds. It does kind of seem like it's dissipating to the right of me. You're thinking of. I'll be swapping this load for another load going back to Tolleson. Then when I get to Tolleson, I'm going to give that load to somebody else there. That person's going to deliver it there in Tolleson, and then they're going to give me their load going to Fontana, because they're trying to get home to, that guy, the guy in Tolleson's trying to get home to Florida for Thanksgiving. And then I'm just trying to make the most effective use of my 70-hour clock, burn up as much of it as I can before I have to do a reset. Truck, and there's another truck coming up on me at the same pace practically, and then it becomes a race. Who gets over the left lane first? Now he's coming up on next to my trailer now. Western Flyer Express. I usually see them run that fast. I think I have seen some of them run faster than me, but others, yeah, I've had times when I passed them up, I thought. Swapping out the TA and Gallup. Who's this? I am. Highway 99 north and loop. It's about 115 miles from the New Mexico line now. And about 130 from Gallup. Hopefully when the sun starts coming up a little bit more, get some more nice like orange, peach, yellow kind of tones to the clouds. the storm, or at least the snow, should be starting sometime this evening. And it'll go into tomorrow morning. As far as team driving is concerned, I've done it before with CR England. I was also a trainer over there for most of the time, and then I'm not against doing it, but with this particular truck, I wouldn't want to do it because this isn't a very well set up truck for a team environment. I don't have a, I do have a second bunk at least, but I don't have a mattress on it. And then under the bed area, which was a very critical part of storage for two people. There's not really much room under there because of the APU equipment down there. So just me personally, I think I'd rather stay solo as long as I'm in this truck. Now if I had a truck without an APU, it might be a little different story, but this one particularly, no. I would not consider it. In fact, I considered teaming with the guy I trained when I was with England in the Walmart fleet, but I was telling me I don't want to team with this truck. If I had an APU, I'd be more receptive to it. If I did not have an APU, I mean, I'd be more receptive to doing it, but I think Freightliners without APUs are definitely more well suited for team driving. Training stuff too. I mean, it was always cool watching people develop their skills. Yeah, having those aha moments, figuring out things that they weren't getting before, and all of a sudden they're grasping things better. But then there was the other problem is I had plenty of other drivers who just didn't care. Only as long as they had their CDL and they had bad habits that were hard to correct. Like turn your head on the swivel. If you guys have seen that video I posted yesterday where I had where I made that difficult turn in Sanger, you saw that I had a video, dash cam footage of actually looking at me. And you can see how much where I'm looking around, and then so I think that might be the first one I posted where I have inward facing shot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I gotta kind of limit. Sometimes I have limitations on space on my tablet or time to work with. So sometimes I just like I ended up deleting a couple of days worth of stuff yesterday. I still got to work on getting getting something going for that comparison video for the for my two dash cams versus the phone. tones on the dash cam. Saving this footage right here because it's got a really nice bluish color on the rearward facing cam, and then the clouds look really nice too on the front one. talking about Scotty's post about the Amazon affiliates issue? Yeah, I saw that. Kind of messed up. Yeah, he's gonna get all those Amazon affiliates links out of all of his videos. I wonder how they figured that out. I wonder if someone snitched on them. bluffs and Joseph City up in the distance. Saying something about I guess ex-Baltimore mayor busted for tax evasion. Probably not that anybody cares. I know. Just something to mention. I-40 business loop to Joseph City. That's a 274 passing now. right. I don't know if it's a cell tower though. Right roll. I guess he got all of the links cleaned out of his videos. It's about an hour out now from New Mexico.
Quora. Open and sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Days Kendrick. Updated May 11, 2019. Upvoted by Norbert Scheck, Ph.D. Law and Constitutional Law, John Paul II Catholic Univers, and Michelle Collard Stone, Behavioral Psychologist. Ph.D. Author has 1.8k answers and 2.1 meters answer views. About 8 years ago, my dad, aged about 70 at the time, is driving my son, aged about 4, and myself into a nearby town. We are driving through the outskirts, in a 40 zone, and slowing down as we are about to enter a 30 zone. 100 yards up ahead are about 6 youths, aged late teens and early 20s, all messing about on mountain bikes, doing wheelies and doing skids into the middle of the road. Dad slows down and they move a little to one side, still farting about. One loses control and the bike shoots over and skids in front of my dad's car, the rider coming off and sliding over the bonnet, hood of the car, and up the windscreen before sliding off the other side. Dad hurtles out of the car, closely followed by me, expecting to see some mangled mess of a teen on the floor. Luckily, he was fine, getting up, dusting himself off. We'd barely let out a breath of relief when he turns onto my dad, yelling abuse at him, calling him a asterisk 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 get up retard dot old asterisk 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 etc. etc. Then his mates dropped their bikes to the floor and started advancing on my dad. Come on, old man, ready to be asterisk 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 get up. Dot dot dot. Now my dad, back in his day, was pretty good at karate, something he did weekly for about 15 years. He is also a very fit man, from that generation of wily, hands-on men who just get on and do things, breaking up concrete with a pickaxe or sledgehammer, knocking down walls, building walls, and so on. So these 6 or so youths start to circle in on Dad. I step back a bit to lock the car doors. The first lad, the one who'd slid over Dad's bonnet, makes a lunge for my dad, fist punching out towards his face. Dad grabs his wrist, yanks it down, and before I could say a single word, has got this kid on his knees, on the road, arm bent back, hand folded back in a somewhat unnatural position. The kid is screaming, "Let me go. Get off. You're breaking my hand. Get off." Still holding him by one hand, Dad makes a small step towards the other boys, drops the kid's hand and takes up a karate pose. The kids just turn tail and run. The other boy gets up and legs it after them. Dad just giggles in delight and with an almighty yell, hurtles down the road after them, yelling like a maniac. If the boys were running 5 seconds ago, now they are really running like Usain Bolt with an axis chasing them, and I am doubled up laughing. Eventually, I pick up the boys' bikes and lean them against a garden hedge and wait for Dad to saunter back, having run 100 yards or so after them. We still laugh about it. I'm not sure what those boys thought they were going to do to my father, but they really didn't see that coming. They definitely picked on the wrong person. Smiley face. 94.1k views, view 6.8k upvoters, view sharers. Open an app. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. Article 108 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora. Open and sign in. What's the best revenge you've gotten after being fired or let go from a job? Ashley Nicole. Answered November 11, 2019. Author has 271 answers and 867.6k answer views. I was about 15, working in the concession of a local recreation center. It was my first job. My boss, Julie, was extremely tough to please and had a high staff turnover rate. I knew this when I applied for the job, but I needed the money as I was going on a trip with the local travel club in March and I wanted spending money. She was made aware of this when she hired me in September. It was February 14th when I reminded Julie that I was taking my trip with the travel club during spring break, March 19 to 21. This was more than a month's notice that I would need that week off, not that she had any protocol in place for requesting time off anyways, as she was so disorganized, we never got paychecks on time. I showed up for my shift on February 17. It was a Friday night and there were 2 hockey tournaments, as well as a curling tournament that long weekend. Monday was a holiday. It was really hectic and there were only 3 of us working, me, Julie, and a cantankerous older lady who used to be my neighbor. It was so busy that I didn't get a chance to have anything to eat for supper. At 10 p.m., there was a lull. So I decided to throw a chicken burger into the deep fryer so it would cook while I was mopping the floor. Julie came running up to me and yelled that I was not to eat anything until I had finished mopping. I tried to explain to her that I was hungry as I hadn't eaten since lunch at school, 12 p.m., and that I was cooking it while I mopped the floors, trying to be efficient. She continued to yell that I was being disrespectful and lazy, even though we had all worked like dogs for the last 6 hours, and that I was not to eat any of her food until I had earned it. This was a bit rich, considering that she only managed the kitchen for the rec board, who actually paid for the food. I was spitting mad, but I clenched that mop handle and went back to work without saying anything further. I was already planning to ask my parents with help for a resignation letter. I was wondering how I was going to survive 2 more weeks of this hell after I gave my 2 weeks notice. I hadn't checked on my chicken burger, but then Julie put a paper plate in front of me with the chicken burger on it, smiling sweetly. I said nothing, but when her back was turned, I threw the burger in the garbage. I decided that I wasn't going to eat any of her food. Probably a good thing, as I wouldn't put it past this immature 40-something woman to spit on my food. I continued my chore list and close-up duties, which meant that I did not get out of there until 12:30 a.m. This made me groan in frustration as I was scheduled to work at 7:30 a.m. the next morning. As I was walking out the door, Julie handed me an envelope. I said nothing and waited out in the snow for my dad to arrive to pick me up. I opened the envelope and found a letter of dismissal, where she stated that I was being let go for taking too much time off, not being able to count back change, which as an honors math student made me laugh, and for talking back to authority. It also stated that my last day was to be February 20th, the holiday Monday and the last day of the tournament. My coworkers, aside from my ex-neighbor, were both out of town for the weekend and I was the only one available to work the busy weekend tournament. I was laughing when my dad picked me up. He asked me what was so funny. I explained, it was super busy and Julie wouldn't let me eat supper. She yelled at me for cooking a chicken burger at 10 p.m. while I was mopping the floors. Then she gave me this as I walked out the door. I handed him the letter. His eyes narrowed as he read it. Then he looked at me and asked me what the change was if he gave me a $20 for a meal that cost $7.25. I answered back $12.75. Having proven that I could count change, Dad was satisfied that the rest of the letter was BS. He and Mom knew that I had informed Julie of the time off that I needed for my trip at the time I was hired and earlier in the week, and he knew that I was not disrespectful to my elders. I had never had any trouble at school and I was always fairly compliant with them and any of my other relatives. He then asked if Julie was still at the rec center. I said, no, she locked up and went home. His eyebrows went up and he asked, at 12:30 in the morning while it's snowing with drunk hockey players in the lounge. Yeah, I answered, and I could see the little vein twitch in his forehead in the light of the dashboard lights as we sat with the truck running by the rec center doors. Dad was pretty laid back, but I suppose any father would be angry that his 15-year-old daughter was denied food, left out in the cold in the middle of the night, and then fired. He was quiet as he put the truck into reverse and started driving home. It was only a 5-minute drive. When we got home, I began to make my way downstairs to my room. Dad stopped me. He went and woke up Mom and gave her the dismissal letter. Mom was always quicker to anger than Dad. She began ranting about labor standards and government regulations on underage workers. At some point, I said, well, can we talk about it tomorrow? I have to get up to go to work at 7:30. Both of my parents looked at me like I had grown 2 heads and Mom said, you're not going back there. Dad added, Julie's an idiot if she thinks that she can give you this tonight and expect you to work the next 3 days. If she had any kind of brain, she would have given you this on Monday after you worked the weekend. Hope was bubbling up inside me as I asked, so I don't have to work this weekend. I'm done. I don't need to give my 2 weeks. She fired you. We'll take care of it, my parents assured me. At 7:35 a.m. the next morning, the phone was ringing. Dad had it answered on the first ring. I eagerly hopped out of bed to listen as my dad asked, why should she come into work when you've already fired her? I didn't hear the reply, but then Dad said, her last day was the moment you gave her the letter. And given how you treated her last night, I wouldn't have let her go back there even if you hadn't given her that damn letter. It's against labor standards to have an underage worker not have at least 8 hours of rest between shifts. It is also against labor standards for an underage worker to go more than 6 hours without a meal break, especially if that worker had been in school beforehand. I didn't hear the reply again, but Dad said, well, you'll have to deal with it. It is your job, but as president of the rec board, I shouldn't have to tell you that. He hung up the phone and I gleefully went back to bed. I later found out that Julie had tried to bully my coworkers into coming back into town. When they refused, Julie and my ex-neighbor had to work the entire busy weekend. And at the next rec board meeting a month later, my dad took the pitiful dismissal letter and told his fellow members of how Julie was treating underage staff, getting testimony from former staff who had either quit or had been fired, as well as talking to the members of the rec board whose daughters still worked for Julie. They unanimously agreed to fire Julie and make my ex-neighbor interim manager until someone else could be hired. Meanwhile, I enjoyed my trip to Europe with enough spending money to have a great time. When I returned, I got a job at the local convenience store where my new boss praised my change counting skills. I worked there until I moved away to go to post-secondary school, and even now, 15 years on, I still talk about how awesome my second boss was. 3.6K views, view 79 upvoters. Open an app. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 109 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora. Open an app, sign in. Have you ever drawn a gun on a police officer? Then why? Stephen Eber, former machine design engineer, retired. Answered November 3, 2019, upvoted by Niklas Olofsson, MS. BA Law and Informatics, Umeå University, 1999. Author has 944 answers and 77.4K answer views. 2 or 3 a.m. we get a hard knock on the door. I grabbed my 357 and went to stand beside the door while my wife opened it. It was a pair of sheriff's deputies who thought it would be a good idea to hassle the previous owners of the house. When the door was opened, one of them stepped in, pushing my wife to the side. I immediately put the muzzle of my gun against the back of his neck. The other officer couldn't talk fast enough to defuse the situation. After some conversation, they left. I never filed a complaint, but I later realized I should have. 13.3K views, view 676 upvoters. Open an app. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 110 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora. Open an app, sign in. 2 cops stop you while walking down the street because you match the description of someone who committed a crime nearby. You haven't, but they proceed to question and accuse you, saying they're going to bring you in. What do you do? Oedipus von Stupidus, taker of space. Answered November 12, 2019. This happened to me. I was walking through a crowded part of the city, lots of people walking about, enjoying nice summer weather, when suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a uniformed police holds his arm straight out to my chest and says, "Hey, wait." He leans to his shoulder receiver and presses the talk button and says, "Got him, copy," and within seconds I was in a wide open space with an officer behind me and the one in front of me. Some people in the crowd stopped, but most kept moving and keeping their eyes on me and the officers. The officer that says, "Hey look, a guy fitting your description has been giving us some trouble in this area, do you know what I'm talking about?" I said no clue. He asked me to lift my shirt and spin around. I had an untucked dress shirt. He didn't frisk me. He started asking me a lot of questions, where I'm headed, am I alone, etc. I said I'm headed to my apartment, which is a block away, and offered my license, which he appreciated. This ended rather quickly. He said walk with me for a minute, and he continued to ask me general background questions as we continued toward my apartment, the other officer behind me. We got to the front door of my apartment and I said, "We good?" and he said yes. The whole episode took about 8 to 10 minutes, but I never had the feeling I was going to be detained, and they were polite about it, if a little on edge. The officer speaking to me had rank, was not a patrol officer. 56 views, view 2 upvoters. Open an app. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 111 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora. Open and sign in. What are the dark truths that get overlooked about prison? CJ studied at Lamar Consolidated High School. Answered February 23, 2019. Author has 78 answers and 56.7K answer views. Many inmates were not provided a fair trial, but instead forced to sit in jail until they accepted a plea agreement. You do not have rights as a prisoner. I.e., many people outside of prison believe all prisoners have a right to send and receive mail. Although this is a rule, many times mail will get held or denied indefinitely. Get on bad terms with a CO. In SEG, they will confiscate every writing utensil available. Also not unheard of to be denied stamps, envelopes, or paper. Visitation rights are also denied in a variety of ways, such as transferring inmates from a prison close to their hometown. Harassing visitors to the point where it becomes too much of a problem for the inmate and visitors. Simply waiting to notify the inmate that he or she has a visit until the visitation hours are over. Recreation time is actually not allowed more times than it is. If the CO does not feel like taking the pod out for a rec, they usually don't. You're not going out. The COs enjoy making your life miserable. Daily shakedowns and lockdowns are more common than not. When they're not shaking down the pod, they're harassing you during count time, chow time, or just doing everything they can to make sure your day is going worse than theirs. Your release date is probably not your release date. The easiest thing to do in prison is to catch a free world case. Get caught with a bit of weed, tobacco, or any other form of contraband, and you might be charged with something like possession of a controlled substance in a correctional facility, thereby extending your sentence. Fighting in any way, shape, or form could also result in a charge, especially if the victim is injured. The possibilities of dark truths in prison are endless. Recently, inmates in New Jersey's state prisons died because there was no heat during the polar vortex. They were also denied meals, the water was turned off, and there was a power outage. Inmates in Texas prisons die from heat stroke because they're locked inside metal buildings with no airflow during the summer. Temperatures will exceed 115 F. Your family, friends, and loved ones will soon forget about you. Remember that girl who said she loved you? The one you were going to marry? Yeah, me neither. What makes it worse is that it seems to be unregulated, since prisoners often have very limited contact with the outside world. There is no one to complain to, or anyone listening. Internal Affairs Division seems to be in coercion with the establishment. The media has done limited coverage on some of these topics, but the public has limited interest in something that has nothing to do with its own welfare. The prison systems and the people inside of it are out of sight and out of mind, thereby making any complaints or requests insignificant. 14K views, view 95 upvoters, view sharers. Answer requested by George Wilkin. Open an app. About careers, privacy terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Log and sign up with email. Article 112 of 184.
35 miles out from New Mexico. Half an hour.
Answer, Quora. Quora. Open and sign in. As a prisoner, what's the most terrifying experience you have had inside jail? Bill Lee, former housing advocate. Answered October 27, 2019. Racial fight erupted in the cell block during rec time. Blacks versus whites. Two black guys decided to sneak into a cell. Two older, like really older, white guys were sharing. Out of a 140-man cell block, 40 of us were involved. Blood was all over the chairs, a bunch of weapons were recovered, several guys needed medical attention. They locked us down for a week. No showers, no nothing. Another time was when I was in a cell all the way at the end of the cell block, meaning it was furthest away from the CO station. They put a Spanish guy in the cell with us. I'd just arrived in that block myself. I was still very young, not that seasoned vet COs would probably call me today. It was a predominantly white cell, so when two guys came in and asked, "We got beef with that guy, can we beat him down in your cell?" we agreed. It was a 4-man cell. And they did just that. Asked him his name, showed him some paperwork that a guy in another block sent over, and splattered him all over the cell. The three of us got on the top bunks and watched the show. Most brutal thing I've ever seen. I mean, stories like these, if you fuck up, are fairly common. I've seen a lot in those places. But I've never been involved in any of it. 'Cause I don't fuck up. Don't gamble, don't buy too much from commissary, don't be nosy, or stupid, don't try to be a tough guy, don't take any shit, don't cause any problems, and more than likely things will go a lot smoother. 11.3K views, view 28 upvoters, answer requested by John Goldie Alvarell. Open an app. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Log and sign up with email. Article 113 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora. Open an app, sign in. As a corrections officer, what is the saddest thing you've seen an inmate do? Jeff Eldridge, former Captain Doc at private and state companies, 1982-2000. Updated October 20, 2019. Author has 966 answers and 2 meters answer views. I worked midnight shift in a maximum security prison, the psych unit. I was a sergeant. I began my security inspection around 1 a.m. As I entered the center quad, I checked in with the nurse and we reviewed the 3 inmates she had on watch. 2 were medication watch due to changes in antipsychotic meds. 1 was a suicide watch. Now suicide watch meant that the inmate had a canvas blanket and canvas wrap. They were certified tear-proof, tear-resistant. As I observed this inmate, he was asleep wrapped up in his blanket. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. I had spoken with the inmate previously with no issues. He was in the cell directly in front of where the nurse is, and our security office is situated directly behind the nurse, about 5 feet behind her. I completed my security check at around 1:20 a.m. I entered the office. My officer and I then heard a loud crack, like a whip snap almost. But faint due to being inside a bulletproof room. The nurse began banging on the glass. As we ran out and around to her, I passed by the suicide watch cell. Something was off, but I didn't make it out initially as I went by. The nurse came out of her booth and pointed. I looked at where she was pointing. The windows in the suicide watch cell were red. Covered. She went to enter the cell and I grabbed her. Had my officer keep her back a little and I opened the cell door enough to look inside the cell. It was as though someone had painted the cell with blood. Now, let me give you a vivid description. Inmate was a white male around 5'10 to 11, 240 to 260. This guy was a bodybuilder. He benched 450 easily. He was large. His thighs were 40 inches each. His forearms were about 15. This guy. He took a tear-proof resistant canvas blanket and tore it into strips early in the day and braided a frickin' rope. He still had some of the blanket around him. Anyway, this guy tied a slip knot loop on each end of his canvas rope and he put one end around his neck and he tucked his legs up to his chin, put the other loop around his feet, and he jerked his legs forward with such force that it snapped his head off of his neck.
What?
His head was in his lap. Unreal. You tell me. Yeah. Bonus. Several different times I have been called to suicides or murders where an inmate dove off a 3rd floor railing head first into concrete floor. That is also very bloody. Or an inmate that gets stabbed with a shank 40 to 50 times. Animalistic. Not all inmates. Some to be sure though. I observed evil up close for a long time. Just saying. Later. Captain E. 76.3K views, view 586 upvoters, view sharers, answer requested by Leslie Merritt. Open an app. About careers, privacy, terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that we'll continue with Facebook. Log and sign up with email. Article 114 of 184. Under fire for Boeing 737 MAX crashes, FAA chief vows to examine how humans interact with automated aircraft systems. Published Tuesday, November 12, 20,192, 40 p.m. updated 5 hours ago. Aerospace and Defense. Leslie Josephs at Leslie A. Josephs. Key points. After 2 fatal crashes, the FAA has been under fire for certifying Boeing's 737 MAX. The agency's head says it is examining how humans interact with ever more automated planes. Pilots on both 737 MAX planes that crashed were battling an automated flight control system. Steve Dixon.
We're automating
Source:
them.
Delta Airlines. The Federal Aviation Administration, under fire for its approval of the now grounded Boeing 737 MAX, will work to better assess how human pilots interact with increasingly automated and complex aircraft, the agency's chief said Tuesday. The pilots on 2 flights of the 737 MAX, Lion Air Flight 610 in Indonesia and October 2018 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 in March, were battling an automated flight control system that repeatedly pushed the nose of the planes down before they crashed. Regulators ordered airlines to stop flying the planes after the second crash. Together, the crashes killed all 346 people on board. BIDEO 3010301. Here's Boeing's new timeline for the 737 MAX return to service. Squawk Box. The National Transportation Safety Board in a September report criticized Boeing for overestimating how pilots would react to a flurry of cockpit alerts during a malfunction, as occurred on the 2 flights. Steve Dixon, who was sworn in as administrator for a 5-year term in August, told an industry conference in Washington, D.C., that human factors should be considered throughout the design process. He also called for better data sharing as the FAA oversees aircraft and a more holistic approach versus a transactional item-by-line item approach to aircraft certification. Lawmakers have criticized the agency's relationship with Boeing as too cozy, since the FAA outsourced some certification procedures to the company, under a decades-old delegation program. The FAA is reviewing Boeing's software changes to the 737 MAX that aim to make the system implicated in both crashes less aggressive. Boeing is also planning to feed the system with a second sensor, instead of a single sensor. In the crashes, that single sensor received an inaccurate reading and triggered the flight control system, known as MCAS. Boeing's CEO, Dennis Muilenburg, repeatedly apologized in front of lawmakers on Capitol Hill last month, acknowledging the company made mistakes in its design process for the planes. BIDEO 4070407. Boeing investor, we expect more hiccups, but our conviction has not changed.
You expect to have
Squawk
a pilot
Box.
in control of an aircraft.
Dixon said Tuesday that the plane will only fly based on the FAA's assessment. We are not delegating anything in this process, said Dixon. A former Delta Airlines executive and captain, Dixon reiterated that he would fly the revamped 737 MAX himself before certifying it. The FAA was the last major aviation authority in the world to ground the planes in March, a shift from previous years when other nations would follow the FAA's lead. Article 115 of 184. Truck driver takes panicky trip over Louisiana Bridge. The bridge was built in 1952 and is
I saw that
135
video
feet
a
high.
couple of years ago.
By Ashley. November 12, 2019. The truck driver was caught on camera white-knuckling his way across an unnerving I-10 bridge in Louisiana. The video features North Carolina truck driver Kevin Spencer as he crosses the Calcasieu River Bridge over I-10 in Lake Charles. The 135-foot-high bridge was constructed decades ago to allow ships to pass freely underneath, but the altitude can make for some tense moments of driving, particularly if you're in a truck. Spencer spells out his anxiety about crossing the bridge in a CMV in the now viral clip, "We're too high in the air. I can see too much S*****T. Oh God, it's water up underneath." And Spencer might be right to be a little worried. The Calcasieu River Bridge opened to traffic in 1952 and was designed to carry 37,000 vehicles per day for 50 years. Now, in 2019, it carries approximately 80,000 vehicles per day. Even more worrying, the National Bridge Registry rated the bridge a 6.6 out of 100. The Louisiana Department of Transportation insists that the bridge is safe. State officials are currently working on a funding plan for bridge replacement. President Trump even vowed to replace the bridge if he is re-elected after he personally traveled over it in May 2019. Find the perfect match. Apply once and get offers from the top trucking companies. All jobs owner-operators teams flatbed taker. Download the CDL Life app.
Not even that.
Free truck navigation. Download.
Not even
Ashley.
scary.
Article
Dude, just afraid of
116
heights.
of 184. Landstar notifies California-based owner-operators of pending changes over state's new law. Landstar System, the largest lease contracting entity of owner-operators in the U.S., appears poised to restructure its California operations in the wake of a new California law that restricts the use of independent contractors by businesses. According to a letter sent to the company's more than 10,000 owner-operators, Landstar will be contacting its California-based owner-operators to discuss some options relating to the potential impact of AB 5. The law takes effect January 1st and effectively bars trucking companies from contracting with owner-operators. Landstar says its contractors will need to make their own informed business decisions with respect to how they wish to react to AB 5 inches based on the options Landstar provides. Landstar confirmed that it sent the memo to its independent contractors on November 4th, but the company declined to comment on what options would be available for its California-based owner-operators. The company said it estimates that, of its more than 10,000 owner-operators, hundreds are based in California. The company said it doesn't anticipate any service disruptions for its customers as the law takes effect. Likewise, Landstar says it doesn't anticipate its owner-operators based outside of California, including those who occasionally pick up and deliver loads in the state, to be impacted. As Overdrive has reported in recent weeks, carriers and owner-operators face tough choices in how to proceed under the new, restrictive law. Owner-operators could choose to do the same, though that could involve moving from the state. Likewise, owner-operators could transition to independent owner-operators and lean on brokers and load boards to continue operating in California. Owner-operators face tough choices in California in wake of new contractor law. The California legislature last week stamped approval on a sweeping legislative package that could dramatically alter the landscape for leased and independent owner-operators in
The courts involved in intervening.
Landstar is far from the first carrier to signal a move away from owner-operator contractors in California. Swift, part of the Knight-Swift conglomerate, reportedly ended its arrangements with leased owner-operators in California in March, part of a flight from leasing owner-operators due to the California Supreme Court's decision in the Dynamex case in April 2018. The Dynamex decision led directly to the state's passage of AB 5 in September. The Dynamex decision also prompted a wave of carriers of all sizes to abandon contracting with owner-operators in California, said Joe Reikovach, Director of Government Affairs for the Western States Trucking Association, earlier this year. Western states and the California Trucking Association have mounted legal challenges against the ABC test for determining whether a worker should be classified as an independent contractor or an employee. The ABC test was established by the Dynamex case and is at the heart of the AB 5 law. The two groups have also said they intend to press the California legislature for a solution to allow owner-operators to continue running in the state and to allow fleets to continue to contract with owner-operators. Landstar acknowledges the potential for those challenges in its memo to contractors. But the company notes that legal challenges could take years to resolve and that it must take steps to remain compliant with California law until those challenges play out. The third way to deal with new California independent contractor law will ring a bell to many owner-ops. Two paths for small fleets looking to preserve their relationship with owner-ops leased on if they're based in California. 1. Owner-ops get authority. 2. As truckers protest around California, Uber Coalition seeks shelter from state's contractor law. Owner-operators took to various cities across California this week to air their grievances against the state's new, restrictive law that could block owner-operators from working. Article 117 of 184. HOS reform lauded by group of lawmakers, Landline. 21 members of Congress recently reached out to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to express their support for the agency's notice of proposed rulemaking regarding hours of service reform. In a letter dated October 31st, the lawmakers, who included Reps. Brian Babin, R. Texas, and Roger Marshall, R. Con, said FMCSA's proposed changes would give truck drivers more flexibility and improve highway safety. The agency's proposed changes appropriately reflect the concerns commonly expressed to us by stakeholders throughout the trucking industry, the letter stated. Not only would the reforms put forward by FMCSA provide truckers the flexibility they need, they would improve safety on our nation's roadways. HOS Reform Plan. FMCSA's notice of proposed rulemaking featured 5 main changes to the hours of service rules. The limits for short-haul operations would increase from 12 to 14 hours and from 100 air miles to 150. Adverse driving provision would allow a driver up to a 16-hour window within which to complete up to 13 hours of driving if the driver encounters adverse conditions. The 30-minute break requirement would be modified, prohibiting the on-duty split sleeper option of 7/3. Drivers would have the option of stopping the clock a minimum of 30 minutes and up to 3 hours consecutively once per duty period. FMCSA said the goal of the changes is to provide more flexibility to drivers, providing them more opportunity to stop when they are tired or when traffic or weather creates an unsafe driving environment. Current hours of service regulations fail to account for the enormously diverse range of operations within the industry and instead apply a one-size-fits-all framework that limits drivers' ability to operate safely, the letter stated. With this notice of proposed rulemaking, FMCSA has recognized that drivers are professionals capable of making the best decisions about when it is safe for them to drive, and when it is best for them to rest, and when to avoid congestion or refrain from driving in adverse conditions. What's next for HOS reform? The comment period, which included 2 public listening sessions, ended October 21. In all, more than 8,100 comments were submitted to the docket. The exact timeline for when a final rule will be unveiled is unknown, but it could come as soon as 2020. Given the potential safety benefits of implementing this notice of proposed rulemaking, we urge you to finalize the rule as quickly as possible, the letter stated. Today's hours of service requirements simply aren't working. Since their implementation, crash rates have regrettably increased. We agree with the agency's approach to reforming hours of service, which features improvements recommended by America's most experienced professional drivers. The 21 lawmakers who signed the letter in support of HOS reform. Rep. Brian Babin, R. Texas. Rep. Roger Marshall, R. Con. Rep. Randy Weber, R. Texas. Rep. Glenn Thompson, R. Pa. Rep. Greg Gianforte, R. Mont. Rep. H. Morgan Griffith, RVA. Rep. Scott Tipton, R. Colo. Rep. Rob Whitman, RVA. Rep. Will Hurt, R. Texas. Rep. Mike Kelly, R. Pa. Rep. Matt Thornberry, R. Texas. Rep. Liz Cheney, RWYO. Rep. Bill Heisey, R. Mick. Rep. Ralph Abraham, R. Alert. Rep. Keith Gilbert, R. Texas. Rep. Doug Lamalfa, R. Caleb. Rep. Jason Smith, R. Mo. Rep. Fred Keller, R. Paul. Rep. Glenn Brockman, RWISC. Rep. Colin C. Peterson, U. Min. Rep. Mike Johnson, R. Lund. Article 118 and 184. Victorville man arrested for Circle K robbery after found threatening Winco Circle K and Winco store on Tuesday. Authorities said that at around 1:52 a.m., deputies from the Victorville station responded to an assault that occurred at the Circle K at the 15,800 block of Mojave Drive. When they arrived, they learned that Joshua Lindsay went into the store and left without paying. The employee followed, causing him to drop some of the alcohol. While returning to the store, Lindsay allegedly punched the employee before fleeing. While taking the report and investigating the incident, deputies received a call reporting a disturbance at the Winco store on Roy Rogers Drive. When they arrived, they found Lindsay and learned that he was harassing and threatening security personnel at the store. He was arrested and booked at the High Desert Detention Center for robbery and assault. He is scheduled to appear in Victorville Superior Court on November 14, 2019. Anyone with information about this investigation is asked to contact the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911 or Sheriff's Dispatch at 760-956-5001. Callers wishing to remain anonymous are urged to call the WeTip hotline at 1-800-78-CRIME, 27463, or you may leave the information on the WeTip website at. For late-breaking news, join 24/7 Headline News on our Facebook news groups for Los Angeles County News, Riverside County News, Adelanto News, Coachella Valley News, U.S. World News, Victor Valley, Inland Empire News. If you like what we are doing and want regular updates on your Facebook stream, like our Facebook fan page. You may also follow 24/7 Headline News on Twitter and Instagram. Article Article 119 of 184. Victorville man arrested for Circle K robbery after found threatening Winco Security 247 Headline.com yesterday. Victorville, CA. A 22-year-old Victorville man was arrested for battery and robbery at a Victorville Circle K and Winco store on Tuesday. Authorities said that at around 1:52 a.m., deputies from the Victorville station responded to an assault that occurred at the Circle K in the 15,800 block of Mojave Drive. When they arrived, they learned that Joshua Lindsay went into the store and left without paying. The employee followed, causing him to drop some of the alcohol. While returning to the store, Lindsay allegedly punched the employee. Article 120 of 184. Deputies searched for armed man. Victorville Daily Press 4 hours ago. Victorville, several businesses near the corner of La Paz and Valley Center drives alleys and businesses along and near valleys. A sheriff's helicopter circled above as puzzled customers and employees inside Valley High Toyota watched the search lockdown. By noon, sheriff's deputies and the helicopter had left the area. Last month, sheriff's deputies arrested a homeless man after he attempted to assault a security guard and then tried to ignite a truck delivering fuel at the Costco gas station across from Valley High Toyota, the Daily Press reported. This story will be updated as more information. 227 wrote murder after argument with family member BBNG. The year-old Victorville man for attempted murder following assault on a Condor Road in Victorville. At about 1:30 a.m., deputies responded to the locations on his phone with WhatsApp with the other deal. And this is all about you and a RN, Rescue Ninja, registered nurse at Emergency Room 2002 present. MSN Education, Masters of Science Nursing, graduated 2014. Lives in Charlotte, NC. They were all determined a motive. Authorities searched for the suspect after the shooting, not immediately realizing that he was one of the 6 people wounded. If you live in neighborhoods anywhere near Saugus High, please lock doors and stay inside, the Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff's Office said in a tweet before the suspect was identified. If you see suspect, male dark, Sheriff's Office said. We have fire seen in November 14, 2019. The public should avoid the of Saugus High School, about 40 miles north of Los Angeles. Minutes later, the office said people were reporting that shots had been fired at the school. One student, Sharon Orellana Cordova, told NBC Los Angeles that she was doing homework when she saw people running, so she started running, too. When I got out, I saw this person lying down on the ground, and I saw blood all over. It was really scary. I was really scared. I didn't know what was going on, she said. Saugus was placed on lockdown as were neighboring elementary schools and all of the schools in Saugus. William S. Hart Union High School District officials said they were transported from the campus on school buses with armed deputies on board. An area was set up for parents to reunify with their children at a park about 3 miles from the school. A statement from Mike Cullman, deputy superintendent of the William S. Hart Union High School District, said school officials were in the process of formulating a plan to care for our school and our community, and will continue sharing updates as we learn more, including the plan for the days ahead. Our hearts go out to the families of those affected by this terrible incident. Words are insufficient in times such as these, the statement said. California Gov. Gavin Newsom mentioned a stalled bill on universal background checks for gun sales on Twitter Thursday, adding that President Donald Trump and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell sickened him. 260 days of McConnell and Trump doing nothing while America continues to mourn, Newsom said. To bury loved ones. To witness our neighbors, friends, and children gunned down at our malls, churches, and schools. Correction, November 14, 2019, 3:13 p.m. An earlier version of this story misstated the status of the suspect in the shooting at Saugus High School in Santa Clarita, California. The suspect shot himself in the head and is in grave condition in a hospital. He has not died. Article 124 of 184. One person airlifted from rollover crash Thursday morning in Adelanto. BBNG.com 5 hours ago. Adelanto, Caleb. BBNG.com, one person was airlifted following a rollover crash Thursday morning in Adelanto. The It happened on November 14, 2019, at about 8 a.m. on Palmdale Road, Highway 18 near Baldy Mesa Road and involved a single vehicle. Firefighters with San Bernardino County Fire arrived at the scene and requested a helicopter to airlift one person. Helicopter H-325 landed on the highway and airlifted the patient to Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. The official cause of the accident is under investigation by the California Highway Patrol. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 127,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 125 of 184. Student opens fire in California high school, killing 2. Santa Clarita, Caleb. AP, a student pulled a gun from his backpack and opened fire at a Southern California high school Thursday, killing 2 students and wounding 3 others before shooting himself in the head on his 16th birthday, authorities said. The gunfire began around 7:30 a.m. at Saugus High School in suburban Santa Clarita, where Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies responding to a torrent of 911 calls found all 6 students in a quad area. Security video showed the last thing the attacker did was shoot himself with the final bullet in the .45 caliber handgun, Sheriff's homicide cap. Kent Wegener said. The shooter was hospitalized in grave condition. A 16-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy died. 2 girls, ages 14 and 15, and a 14-year-old boy were hospitalized, officials said. Sheriff Alex Villanueva said the shooter was a student at the school but did not identify him. A search warrant was being obtained for his home. At this point in time, we have no indication of motivation or ideology, said Paul Delacourt, the agent in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles field office. Santa Clarita is a city of more than 200,000, about 30 miles 48 kilometers northwest of downtown LA. The sound of gunfire sent some students running while others and staff followed recently practiced security procedures. Kira Staff, 17, was watching a documentary in class when she heard 2 gunshots. Panicked students ran in and reported the shooting. Staff's class and others were herded into a teacher break room where they locked the door and turned off the lights. Kira texted her mother and tried not make any noise. They exchanged messages as sirens screamed and helicopters and deputies carrying rifles and shotguns swarmed the campus. Then Kira fell silent while officers escorted students out. She's been texting me and all of a sudden she's not, Tracy Staff said. That was like the worst 10 minutes of my life, I swear. Shauna Orandi, 16, said she was in her Spanish class doing homework when she heard 4 gunshots that she initially mistook as instruments from a band class. She said a student burst into the room saying he'd seen the gunman, and her classmates were stunned into silence. My worst night of the library. I just and upon so many school shootings that she always assumed she'd panic. But she stayed calm with the help of her teacher, who locked down the classroom. Saugus High security is provided by 1 unarmed sheriff's deputy and 9 campus supervisors, who act as guards, said to Colin Nielsen, chief administrative officer for the William S. Hart Union High School District. The campus is surrounded by a fence, and students enter through a limited number of gates each morning. There are a dozen security cameras but no metal detectors. All district schools hold lockdown drills 3 times a year, including 2 in the fall that have already occurred, Nielsen said. In speaking with staff and hearing reports, students reported they knew what to do and immediately went into lockdown mode, he said. And Chap reported from Los Angeles. Associated Press writers Christopher Weber, Brian Melly and Justin Pritchard in LA also contributed to this report. Article 126 of 184. Police find 26 children behind false wall at Colorado daycare, Fox News 5 hours ago. State authorities have suspended the license of a Colorado Springs daycare after 26 children, all under age 3, were found behind a false wall in the owner's basement. The owner of Play Mountain Place Daycare, Carla Faith, 58, is being investigated and 3 workers were arrested for misdemeanor child abuse relating to neglect. Those charges were canceled by detectives pending an ongoing investigation. Faith was not arrested, as detectives pursue appropriate charges, according to CBS Denver. After a complaint regarding the number of children being housed at Play Mountain Place, the Department of Human Services (DHS) asked the Colorado Springs Police Department to assist with a welfare check at the facility on Wednesday. When officers arrived on the scene, they did not find any children inside. They attempted to contact Faith at her home, which is on the same property, but the owner refused to cooperate. Officers, however, could still hear some of the children making noise, directing them to a false wall that led to the basement where they were being held, police officials told Fox 31 Denver. During their investigation, officers found a false wall that led to the home's basement, investigators told the outlet. When officers walked down the stairs, they located 2 adults and 26 kids inside a finished basement, all of whom were under the age of 3 years old. After the incident, officers started working alongside the DHS to get the children back with their families. The Colorado Springs Police Department will handle the criminal investigation while licensing matters are being handled by the DHS. The department is also investigating other licensed operations owned by Faith, Fox 31 Denver reported. Police have yet to identify the children or determine if they were related to Faith, who had 2 of her facilities shut down by authorities in the late 1990s. In 1998, investigators found 44 small children in one of Faith's unlicensed homes, according to the Los Angeles Times. In 1991, she was placed on 5 years probation after investigators found her in a local park with 23 children, 9 above the legal capacity. At the time, Faith said investigators targeted her because they disliked her. "They don't like me because I don't always follow their rules," she said. "Do I occasionally run over capacity? Yes, I do. If you have concerns about a child care program, call the Child Care Complaint Line at 1-800-799-5876. Article 127 of 184. Answer, Quora. Quora.
Hey, Lisa, I'm just
Open and
about
sign
into
in.
Gallup now. Just 3
What are
miles
some
away.
things nobody tells you about being a Tesla car owner? Leland Shenfield, I am a car nut, and now an electric car nut.
I'm almost, I'm only about 3 miles out, so I'll wait till I get after the swamp, listen to more. Not to mention I can only listen to too much before it starts making me a little tired or whatever. Part of that noise fatigue thing I've talked about before. Too much exposure to a lot of noises that can make you tired. I did get a notification from the other driver saying he's going to be here within the next 15, I think, or so minutes. Something like that, which is good because then even if he takes a little bit of extra time, I don't care because I'm gonna. So I can always do a 30-minute break, whether it be here or somewhere else. If I do a 30-minute break here, I won't need to do a 30 anywhere else because it'll only be a little over 320 miles from here back to Flagstaff. I meant not Flagstaff, but all the way to Tolleson, which I could easily do. No. Figured I want to take a look at it over here, but not sure I want to stand in the rain doing it. My exit's coming up right here. Trying to make the left turn. Did have a controlled intersection here. Jay, how's it going? Oh, excellent. All right. Yeah. I'm actually just getting off the freeway here myself right now. So, to stop anywhere else on the way back. All right. Yeah, I hate trying to make this turn. Okay, he's about. I seriously hate how they don't have a freaking light here. And every time I come here, I have this problem. It's all I have to make it. And then. Came out a little early, but there was a car coming on the right side of me too. Alrighty, what do we have? I will go parking back somewhere. I don't normally do pull-through spots, although I have been known to do them here. Okay, yeah, why not? I'll just, if I do a pull-through spot, I'll go ahead and demonstrate. Gotta do a button-up turn into the pull-through spot. So, like, if I'm gonna park here next to this PF truck here, oh no, there's a bobtail in it. Alright, so, there. Okay, I'm gonna put my tractor straight in line with the spot to the left of the one I really want. What's this? May something trucking. Maypod trucking. Okay. Now my tractor, both my truck and trailer are in here really nice and straight. I'm going to save that, and I can show that. That's a very common problem. Pull-through spots is actually a pretty common problem that inexperienced drivers have. A lot of times they don't, because they have that still that four-wheeler habit where they just pull right into the spot they're trying to park in. But you can't drive like that in a truck. You have to drive with the back of your trailer in mind, not the front of your vehicle. So, and the way to do that with at least with the tandems in the normal kind of California-ish position, anywhere in the ballpark of it, you want to go an extra spot past the sometimes if the lane's a little bit more narrow, sometimes you even have to go into like a half a spot, 1.5 spots past your actual spot, and then come back. And there was, like, I just went into a rest area in Alabama when I had that load going from Utah back to, when I swapped that load in Utah and I went back to Alabama with it. I had stopped at a rest area there, and it was kind of a tight. There was slanted spots, and there was a truck parked along the curb, so I couldn't just pull it, button hook it in like I normally would. So what I did was I went a little bit extra further, and then basically did a jackknife turn. And my tractor, I knew wasn't going to clear the truck to the left of me, but that was fine. My main focus was getting the tandems over there first. And then I just did a backup hard left, and then so I could be like this, and then rotate like that, so the trailer just rotate where the tandems are already right behind the spot, and then just start working on easing the tractor into there. I gotta watch both the nose of the truck and the header board as well on the where the front of the trailer is on the opposite side. So very important. You can have contact in any of those areas. Lisa, do you face any direction or have a particular direction you want to face, like west? Me personally, I could give two shits about which way I park. Now normally though, if I'm going to be parked here for like a 10-hour break or something, I'll stay away from pull-through spots, and I'll usually park in the back row or something, preferably somewhere where there's plenty of space for people needing to back into nearby spots to get into. Anything that'll minimize the risk of me getting hit by somebody else. And then why work smarter, not harder? Can I get into a harder spot? Sure. Do I need to? No. And why put myself in a position where I can have some rookie run into me or something? So, and cause damage. So, normally though, these pull-through spots, I like to leave them alone for wiggle wagon drivers, or basically LTL trucks, where they pull double pump trailers, as we call them. Oh, we got 7 messages. Oh, that's right, because I had 5 from earlier. Oh, and then I get that same crap. The normal New Mexico one I knew was one of them, but then I get that Florida's a high theft area message too. No, I don't have to face Mecca like Scotty does. I know Scotty likes to always face to the east. I don't know what his deal is with that. It's his thing, I guess. I mean, whatever makes him happy, I can't complain. But for me, I don't care which way I'm facing. I will never nose into a spot though. If it's meant to be backed into, I back in. I will never nose into a spot because I don't want to try to pull back out of the spot and not have any idea. Not have any idea what I'm backing out into when I'm leaving. Okay, so I'm gonna get out and disconnect my trailer here in a second, because he's gonna be here pretty soon. As I get through deleting these old messages. No, don't park over here. Oh, you bastard. Alright, I got a truck getting ready to park next to me. I was kind of hoping they'd leave this spot alone for Jay to park in. As long as you're not facing up toward the sky, that's all good. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now it's still recording. Saving this section here. I want to get the rear-facing camera footage of this guy trying to get into the spot next to me too. It's those are both what I did and watching this guy parking next to me. Those are both good opportunities for inexperienced truck drivers to learn from when it comes to getting into a spot. See, this guy got in no problem. Yeah, and they did a proper button hook, and then I did a proper button hook too. Which, well, of course, I had their extra space to work with anyway, but they had trucks on both sides of them. So, and great thing about having that dash cam, because my dash cam just caught the entire thing of them coming in. So, or my rear cam, whatever. All right, let me disconnect my trailer. I'm gonna turn the camera back the other way so you guys get whatever entertainment, if there even is any. I mean, entertainment looking at the repair shop or something. I'm sure that's something. Oh, you know, I gotta. Yeah, even if I don't drop my airbags, I'm gonna have to back into my trailer, because now, see, I pulled my trailer forward. Okay, so when I pulled into the spot, I was pulling the trailer forward. So I mean, when I stopped, it's more likely that my the kingpin on the trailer is still bound up on the latch on the fifth wheel. So I need to back into the trailer, with the trailer brake set, to make sure that that I can release that bind, which will allow me to unlatch the fifth wheel too. All right, now I can feel that the fifth wheel, the kingpin, I can feel it. It went from here up to the front end. So now I can go ahead and set my brakes, and then I'll go out and disconnect. Now just hang out and wait for him to show up. I said it won't be too long. Probably creep around. really does. It's make sure that, because I just felt a little settle. Driven a road train, or would you like to? Road trains are not allowed in the U.S. Well, there are some states where you can pull triples. Mostly the mountain states, like the Pacific Northwest states specifically. But now road trains, what you're talking about, are only in Australia. You'll never, I won't say never, but yeah, it's illegal to run road trains here in the U.S. And also, anytime you have 2 trailers or more, you have to have a doubles and triples endorsement. So, I don't have a doubles and triples endorsement. I could get it. I don't really have a need for it right now, though, and I don't really have. Oh, is that him right over there? Did he just pull in? I didn't even. I think that's his truck number right there, 3729. And he's got a lot of stars on his thing. That's probably is him. Yeah, that's him. I didn't even know he had gotten here already. All right, so maybe I'll go ahead and creep over to where he's at. Yeah, he said he's been here with us for about 8 years, and the number of diamonds are on the nose of his truck confirmed that too. Well, man, they don't always accurately represent though, because I know someone in our company who has like 10 or so diamonds on her truck, and in reality, she just had her 5-year anniversary. Alright. You get the bills. Okay. Get that turned.
How about you, Love's truck? You got your radio on?
I've met him before. When we were talking yesterday, it kind of sounded like we might have met up once before somewhere, but I don't recall. So, you know, when I want to get under a trailer, I turn right by it when the front of my truck gets to the start of my trailer, or just before I get to it. So I should line up with this white Volvo here, but I turned a little earlier. Actually, it was more because I steered faster. More than likely is what had to why it ended up like that. Correct. Yeah, that guy's gonna take my load to Florida. He has a better HOS or hours of service situation than I do. Okay, I felt it go underneath. Raise my airbags up. See pressure going up on my suspension load gauge. Now I usually wait till I see my suspension gauge. I like to see it get up to at least about 20 psi before I actually hook up to lock into the trailer. So in other words, I'll just get the fifth wheel underneath it, sitting flat if I can. And then before I actually lock in, I'll raise the airbags back up and make sure I have at least 20 psi on the gauge. If I don't have 20 psi, I get out and raise my landing gear. I want to make sure it's sitting firmly on that fifth wheel and that landing gear actually off the ground. I'm going to get hooked up here and back here. See what happens when you don't do an effective button hook? Oh, it's still recording. Okay, so I'm gonna send my... Oh, he's still ranting about the YouTube and Amazon thing, huh? Alright, I gotta send my drop trailer thing. Yay. Come on, Gallup, New Mexico. 5924. What's my trip number? 5412. No, it's not secure. Yes, it's sealed. No. No, 3729A. Yes. Temperature setting plus 40. Continuous. I'll say 6 on fuel. I didn't check. Got 2 load lots in. Swap complete. Okay. Alright, this is a Tyson load. It looked like a... What the hell came out of Dardanelle, Arkansas? Okay, it's a little tail heavy. Looks like he's skilled at about not quite 76,000. Oh, I'm at 71.7. Okay. I'm gonna go meet up with him. He's coming over here and I'm gonna get my drink refilled and use the restroom and all that.
you guys now. Can you hear me?
What's this money? What's this money?
Still the load on the way out. Should be fine. Just want to make sure the tandems will be okay because it's a little heavier on the tandems. He was legal on his. He's got a Peterbilt. I mean, I got a Peterbilt. He's got a Freightliner. Sometimes they'll scale a little bit differently. At 9 a.m. I'm already getting out of here. It's 5, so it'll be a 14, between 1400 and 1500 local time when I get to Tolleson. Let's see. I'm trying to remember which way. I thought the scale was facing the other way, so. I was looking at it earlier. Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, crap. That's what I thought. Get turned around and I didn't want to put my go driving through that. There's like a little ditch thing over there, like almost like a hazmat trap. Don't want to go driving through it. So I'll come around this way, on the other side of the fuel island, and get to it from there. Stay over here to the left side of the scale until I get the tandems where I want them. Now I come back over and just barely on there. They're on there enough, but alright. So location 612. This is trailer number 6288. to set the screen capture thing so you guys can see how this Weigh My Truck feature app works. Makes things incredibly simple. I don't know why people don't use it more. Oh yeah, my weights are good. I'm actually, oh, that's really well balanced. 11,440, 32,060, and 31,740. 75,240 for the gross. Right, come on. Alright. Let's get this thing rolling. Come on, man. I got an opening here if you hurry up and get moving. Yeah, there's Cintas. I was talking about Cintas. I had shares of them before until I got margin called on my futures position. I still recommend buying them if you're into stocks. Okay, 180 miles back to Flag, and 140 more from there down to Tolleson. I need the lights on. Anytime windshield wiper weather's on, if there's windshield wiper weather, you have to have the headlights on also. It's state law. Quick little conversation with him. I can tell he's an experienced driver, knows what he's doing. Yeah, there are some experienced drivers who don't know who are idiots, but that guy I can tell is one of those knows what he's doing kind of guys. Now we were kind of joking about how we've had encounters with other drivers who don't even know what the hell, how to even dump their airbags on the train, on the tractor suspension. He had someone he swapped with, I guess not too long ago, and who had the same problem as the one that I swapped with in Utah a couple weeks ago, where the drivers had no idea how to even drop the airbags. It's like, you have these controls in your truck and you don't even know what they are. Might have a little bit of a problem there. Out right there next to my trailer, and now I'm stuck. I don't know if UPS is going to let me over or not. It's not looking like he wants to. Nope, he's an asshole. Even though I'll probably run faster than him, he doesn't want to let me over. Explore their trucks and get to know what all the buttons are and what they do. And now UPS is right behind me, really close distance. Can't tell if the speed's all closer than that's true. UPS trucks, they do tend to be a little bit faster than FedEx trucks. Now, we would have had a better gap between us if he just checked up earlier and let me get around this car, but me in a position where I was forced to slow down. That's why we're so close now. Turkey bacon ranch on flatbread. But of course, you know, a lot of us tend to be hip to what other companies' trucks do. I don't run into too many UPS trucks, to be honest with you. Sometimes I do. Now, I run into FedEx trucks a lot more, and most of the FedEx trucks run 67 miles an hour. Sometimes you get owner ops on the UPS trucks who run faster than us. And then other companies like IWX, who's that, 3420? Like 3420 Hotel. You know, the silver Peterbilt. Yeah, IWX, for example, I think they're governed at 72. Let's see, there's some others that run faster than us too. Not a whole lot of trucks that are governed run faster than us. Usually if you run faster, they're more often than not ungoverned. Away from UPS. Coming in the next 10 minutes. Anytime I'm in the area of looked, and I do tend to have data problems. possible he might have made his page private until he can get all those links out of his videos. Probably stop at one of the rest areas on I-17 so I can get that other guy's number and give him a call and see when he's going to be there, or if he wants to be anywhere in particular. I'm favoring Pilot myself, that way I can get a shower, and of course, you know, I like Wendy's. and Pilot there has Wendy's. James, I don't know if it's a YouTube issue though, because if that was the case, you'd be having problems with my feed too, I think. Or my feed, or anyone else's too. Familiar with Wendy's, Lisa? Yeah, it's a fast food joint. They use fresh food, like kind of like what In-N-Out does. So they don't have Wendy's in your part of the country, huh? No, wait, I got people mixed up now. I know Thomas Scotland, right? And someone else from Ohio, I remember. being worked on, it looks like. So, means we gotta go in. Up to 49 degrees. Or for those of you guys in the UK, just a hair under 10 degrees Celsius. Mile marker 340. So just over 2 hours out from Flagstaff. And say another 2.5 from there to Tolleson. JCT here, Blue Freightliner. Couldn't read what it said, 3789 or 3709, or one of the two, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right, because 0 degrees Celsius is 32 Fahrenheit, and 4 degrees basically you should add about 7 to 8, and between 7 and 8 on Fahrenheit. Especially now during the daytime, you'll see a lot more of us on the road too. Of course, this is Arizona, New Mexico, and Cali are JCT Central as far as where you can find our trucks. I cheat and use Scotty skills. Well, I mean Scott skills, whatever. front of me. He bypassed the way station. Gas stations, sometimes the truck stops. So it's called a quick time, but the logos always say QT on them. It's basically a black logo with red writing, I think, or something along that line. basically a gas station and convenience store kind of place. They usually have like, I guess you'd call it frozen foods that are heated or whatever. But it's mostly just a regular gas station. QTs are mostly in the Midwestern states like Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. I think there's some in Kansas also. Basically throughout that whole region that's where they're mostly located. You won't find them at all out where I live, but they're a dime a dozen out where James area is. James lives. Oh boy. Some pretty good prices there, pretty good rates there for our Tour Express. Into a position where I need to leave JCT because of that stupid California thing or something, because I don't know what's going to happen there. That's something I could consider doing, is going to them. I think they, if I remember right, they do have. I'm not sure how much freight they have into California though. I don't know where all their main customers are. I believe I see them in Cali a lot. I just don't know where their customers are. As for home time, the most important thing to know for home time, if you want to get home time as a truck driver in the U.S., is to know where the company's receivers are. Just because you see their trucks all the time in the area doesn't mean that they have any customers nearby. And even if they do have customers, shippers aren't going to help you out so much. Receivers will. If you have a lot of receivers in your neck of the woods, then you're in a really sweet spot for getting home regularly. Stay right where I'm at, but that stupid California law might, I'm not sure what's going to happen yet. It could force me to do something. Won't be my choice though, because tell you what, I'm happy here. Could I make more elsewhere? Sure, but I like the reefer freight. Yeah, I like kind of the team environment we have here, just the overall company atmosphere. And we have a ton of customers in my area, so I'm home all the time. Yeah, it's a possibility I'd move out. My wife and I already did talk about that, possibly maybe moving to Texas, because my ex-wife, they're kind of wanting to move up there, move that way also, so she can basically work, just even more strongly work on her relationship with her dad, which was estranged for many years. They're on good talking terms now, and her and my kids they have a lot to do with that. Yeah, even when I was with my ex-wife, we had actually thought about moving out that way before. You know, over in between Dallas, Fort Worth and Dallas. It's a good area, and we have a decent amount of freight in that area too. Move everywhere in the U.S. You name the state, it's probably the number one state that people move from and into. Now you do have a point there, James. Missouri has some of the cheapest fuel prices in the entire country. The only thing that should ever be considered either, I think. Feels like families in Cali, there's a lot of just a regular lifestyle that we like there, like hiking up mountains and stuff, or taking our kids to the beach. To Mesa route just for the hell of it. Although staying on here on all the way to Flagstaff and then go down 17 is quicker. It's more miles, but I think it's just as quick. the mix around. I'd rather have a lighter load and just slightly different time of day. wider than me. My truck pushes more on the downhill, on these little downhill grades. Oh no, he's just screwballing around, that's what it is. He's just being an airhead.
Shenfield, I am a car nut, and now an electric car nut. Updated September 27, 2018. Author has 994 answers and 3.8 meters answer views. Originally answered, what are some things nobody tells you about being a Tesla car owner? It will absolutely ruin you for other cars. I own a P8 5D Model S, and I have considered getting a new one. The offerings from other car companies are laughable. Look, you can complain about the Tesla's price, the range anxiety, the time it takes to charge, the vagaries of owning a car from a recently established and slightly under the gun company, lack of cubbies and coat hooks. However, when you have driven a Tesla for a month or two, after all the initial giddiness has worn off, you will notice several things. You never take your keys out of your pocket. With a Tesla, you walk up to the car, it unlocks, you get in, buckle, press the brake, put it in gear, and you are off. When you arrive somewhere, you stop, put it in park, unbuckle, get out, and walk away. You never use your brake except for hard stops, and coming to a complete stop. The accelerator is a rheostat, and the car accelerates when it is on, and decelerates when it is off.
Oh, okay.
You can drive for days without using your brake for decelerating more than from 3 miles per hour to 0. Driving in hilly areas will never be a concern again. With hill hold and an electric motor, you never need to rev your motor or worry about sliding back, ever. Also, climbing hills requires no downshift, no exaggerated press of the accelerator, and no annoying noise from the car as the motor revs. If you are waiting in your car and you want the radio and the heater on, the car doesn't need to be idling, because electricity. If you keep a calendar on your phone, you just pull up the calendar app in the car, touch the event, and choose your car. Autopilot is the greatest invention ever for stopping 10-20% longer, depending on bladder size and your eagerness to get there. You will never consider a gasoline or diesel engine, any of them, to be cool or technologically advanced. They all seem like steam locomotives. You don't understand why other cars have all these tubes and wires and pipes and hot metal objects interfering with storage. You learn to respect the accelerator. Edit. Thanks for all the upvotes. For those of you who have expressed their opinion that a Nissan Leaf has all of the features of a Tesla at a much lower price, I would like to answer that with photographs. And finally, a comparison quote. If you want to get into a relatively long-range EV, 150 miles or greater, for the lowest possible price, the base 2018 Nissan Leaf wins out. I will also assume that you will be able to get your hands on a Leaf much sooner than a Model 3. Finally, if you absolutely insist on a hatchback, the Leaf has it. Outside of those three things, and possibly the still large size of a Model 3, I can't personally find any reason to choose a Leaf over a Model 3. To be clear, I'm proud of Nissan for upping their game a bit. The 2018 version is, in my very humble opinion, far superior in the looks department to the frog-like 2017 it is replacing. Nissan's V-Motion grille is sharp, and hopefully takes your attention off the obvious charge port cover above it. The lines of the car itself are much more closely aligned with Nissan's other offerings, which I find to have adequate design. Similarly, the rear tail lights are modern and edgy. If you can excuse all the buttons, the interior looks sharp. The Apple and Android faithful alike will appreciate the available CarPlay integration. The bottom line for me is that every EV is a step in the right direction, even if this car won't compel families to ditch the gasoline completely. In the absence of a reliable and dedicated fast charging network for long distance travel, the Leaf is still primarily a commuter car. 150 miles of range will simply allow a few after-work activities without much thought. I am excited to see the range and price that Nissan makes available in 2019 because for now, the base cost per mile of $199.93 falls far short of Tesla's $159.09. I'd also like to see them rethink their battery management system, which I am to understand leaves something to be desired. One owner described his experience with a 2014 Leaf as losing 20% capacity thus far. Source. Edit, wow, Quora has become trollable. Sheesh. 25.3k views, view 418
There's
upvoters,
about 100
2 shares.
miles to go for I-17.
Open an app. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 128 of 184. Texas court stays execution of Rodney Reed. Update: the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals has issued a stay of Rodney Reed's execution. The decision came hours after the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole asked Republican Gov. Greg Abbott for a 120-day delay to his execution in response to a clemency application from Reed, whose lawyer says there is new evidence that could exonerate him. The Innocence Project, which is providing Reed's legal counsel and continued to seek clemency for him, celebrated the development in his case. He no longer has an execution date. Stay tuned for more info. Innocence Project, at Innocence, November 15, 2019. The court cited concealed information, false testimony and possible innocence in its last-minute decision to stay Reed's death sentence, which has captured national attention in recent weeks with the help of vigils, protests and celebrities speaking out against his execution. The development outweighs the parole board's recommendation, removing Abbott from the equation. Previously, the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole recommended to Republican Gov. Greg Abbott on Friday that Rodney Reed, the death row inmate whose guilt has been widely questioned in recent weeks, receive a 120-day reprieve on his upcoming execution. The board's unanimous recommendation comes in response to a clemency application from Reed asking for either a delay of his November 20th execution or a commutation of his sentence. Though the board denied the latter, advocates calling on the state to re-examine Reed's case celebrated the development. I have tears streaming down my cheeks, Reed's lawyer Andrew McRae said in a statement to the New York Times. I'm overwhelmed, but not yet ecstatic, because we have to wait for the governor to act. But assuming he approves this, I'm going to call Rodney's mom, and that will be ecstatic. Hashtag breaking: the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles just unanimously voted to recommend to Gov. Abbott to grant Rodney Reed a 120-day delay to his execution, but not to commute his sentence to a lesser sentence. pic.twitter.com/H9U03ig. Christian Flores, at CF Flores News, November 15, 2019. Abbott, whose includes far more people than any other, has remained quiet on the demands from Reed's legal team and supporters, as well as a bipartisan group of 42 Texas senators and representatives, to halt his execution. Abbott must now make a decision on the parole board's recommendation. Reed's case has been in the national spotlight since last month when a host of celebrities, including Kim Kardashian West, Beyoncé and Meek Mill, began lobbying in his defense. In recent days, his family and other supporters have held a vigil for Reed outside the U.S. Supreme Court. His lawyers say there is new evidence that could exonerate Reed, who has served more than 2 decades in prison for the 1996 sexual assault and murder of 20-year-old Stacey Stites in Bastrop, Texas. Though investigators in the 1996 case found DNA from Reed's semen on Stites' body, Reed, a black man, maintains that he and Stites, a white woman, were in a consensual sexual relationship. The Innocence Project, which is serving as Reed's legal representation, says it possesses new evidence proving that Stites' fiancé Jimmy Fennell was the one responsible for her death. Abbott's record on this issue is not in Reed's favor. During his 5 years as governor, he's only stopped one of the 47 executions he's been asked to review. However, the pressure from activists, celebrities and bipartisan lawmakers have made this an unusually high-profile case. Related coverage. Celebrities urge Texas governor to halt execution of Rodney Reed. 42 Texas lawmakers joined forces to urge governor to halt Rodney Reed's execution. Protesters take fight for Rodney Reed's life to the Texas governor's mansion. Love HuffPost. Become a founding member of HuffPost Plus today. This article
There was another real life case, and I thought a movie also, that was kind of along that line. Basically, the woman, the movie I'm thinking of, it's a white woman with a white husband, and I guess husband's always gone doing, out of town on business or whatever, and she's got, was it a friend or something like that, he's a black male, and they didn't end up getting intimate. Case has at least what they're saying there has a reminiscence to elements of that movie, which I thought was based on a true story. I don't quite remember what the details were though. There definitely would be a motive on the fiance's part to want to kill. Especially in that day and age. People are still bad enough today, unfortunately, but in that day and age, it was even more. It was even worse with the racial interactions, interracial relationships. Yeah, that's what I mean to say. But of course, it doesn't matter what the Sancho, whatever their background is. Mess with a married woman, you're asking for trouble, regardless. Stevens is going to hold us up. having him come over in front of me if I'd known that that's what he was wanting to do. Yeah, looks really nice, doesn't it? On the TA in Holbrook, exit 283, Perkins Valley Road.
Article 129 of 184. B2 Behind Bars documents reveal sexual abuse at California women's prisons. Mercury News 14 hours ago. San Francisco, a state prison inmate incarcerated at the Central California Women's Facility was awaiting her group therapy session on August 23, 2017. She stepped backward in her cell toward the door, where Correctional Officer Israel Trevino waited with waist restraints. As he attached the chains, he reached down with both of his hands to grope and fondle her buttocks, according to an internal investigation that led to Trevino's firing. The inmate, whose name was redacted in reports, angrily asked what he was doing. "You have a big butt," Trevino replied. This wasn't the only time Trevino sexually abused an inmate in his custody, according to the investigation's findings. The former correctional officer, who was responsible for escorting inmates from their cells to their appointments and to the shower, tried to pull up a woman's shirt and put his hand down her pants on an unspecified date in 2017, investigators for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation found. That inmate said Trevino squeezed her buttocks over her clothing while escorting her and tried to get her to expose her breasts and vagina. "Come on, show me something," he pressured her, according to the records. Trevino was investigated after an inmate complained about the groping to her prison social worker, who reported the allegation. Prison officials fired Trevino in 2018 for sexual misconduct. He had worked at the women's prison for over a decade and had been formally warned for making sexually harassing comments to inmates, according to records from the Office of the Inspector General for California Prisons. Attempts to reach Trevino for comment were unsuccessful. Prison system spokeswoman Dana Simas responded in a written statement that officials moved to protect incarcerated women when the 2017 allegations surfaced. Trevino was barred from entering the secured perimeter of the prison to prevent further inmate contact during the pendency of the investigation, Simas wrote. The department fired at least 6 male correctional officers for sexually abusing women in their custody between 2014 and 2018, according to internal records released to KQED under a new state transparency law and court filings. Some groped the inmates, others engaged in oral sex or intercourse. The disciplinary records, which are still incomplete, provide a first-ever glimpse into how the prison system deals with sexual exploitation by its officers. The names of the women involved are redacted in the records, and 2 named witnesses did not respond to requests for interviews. While the number of dismissals for sexual misconduct are extremely rare among the roughly 26,000 correctional officers who work at California prisons, inmate advocates say sexual abuse by staff is more rampant than the records show because few officers get reported or investigated. Amika Moda is trying to change that. She spent most of a 9-year prison sentence for vehicular manslaughter at the Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, north of Fresno in the Central Valley. She said she and other incarcerated women put up with sexual advances because they depended on correctional officers for access to clean laundry, phone calls, tampons, time out of their cells and other basic needs. "There's not a bone in my body that ever felt attracted to any of these officers or felt like any of the words we spoke were true," Moda said. "It was just this survival technique to play along." Officers can also write up inmates, which can result in extending a prison sentence. One officer in her housing unit, who Moda declined to name, demanded that she write sexually explicit letters to him. She also described an officer who expected to see women without their clothes on. "He would be really appreciative if during count we were in our bras," she said. Moda said she never reported any harassment, fearing retaliation. She joined the San Francisco Bay Area-based Young Women's Freedom Center after she was released in 2015. She's now part of a new movement called Me2 Behind Bars, working to expose sexual abuse of people in prison and jail. "What does it mean to feel constantly harassed, where they think it's consensual and we think it's not but we can't ever say it?" Moda said. The state's inmate population includes nearly 5,000 women, about 4% of the 124,000 prisoners in the system. State prison officials say they have been trying to improve conditions for female inmates in recent years, including enforcing a zero-tolerance policy for sexual misconduct. All sexual violence, staff sexual misconduct, and sexual harassment is strictly prohibited, prison spokeswoman Simas wrote in an October 11 email. The state prison system also investigates and tracks all allegations of sexual assault and harassment by staff, including correctional officers, to comply with the federal prison Rape Elimination Act. In 2018, 337 staff on inmate incidents were reported in California prisons. Investigations substantiated just 3 of those allegations. Independent probes into the culture in women's lockups have found that these formally reported allegations likely only capture a fraction of the abuse and harassment of incarcerated women by prison staff. The Prison Law Office, which monitors conditions for inmates as part of a settlement in a decades-old federal class action lawsuit, has interviewed hundreds of women at the Central Valley Prison and documented their complaints for the court. The firm reported in 2016 that out of a random sample of 80 women, nearly all had experienced sexual abuse or harassment while incarcerated. The second round of interviews turned up similar complaints, often at the hands of the same officers. The firm faulted a culture of bigotry and sexism at the prison. It was a constant stream of verbal sexual harassment or misogynist statements, attorney Corinne Kendrick said, kind of catcalling at its highest level. A lot of women complained the prison officers constantly addressed them as bitches or, host Kendrick said, when they'd make the announcements on the PA system, you know, it'd be, hey bitches, time to go to lunch.
Just over an hour away.
Sexual abuse of female prisoners isn't confined to a single facility, records obtained by KQED revealed. 4 correctional officers in the state's other major women's prison, in Southern California, were also fired in recent years for sexual misconduct. In 2017 alone, 3 officers at the California Institution for Women in San Bernardino County had sexual contact with inmates in or near their housing units. Officer Robert Darrow was working an overtime shift in a housing unit on May 12, 2017, when he pulled one of the women responsible for cleaning and mopping the dorm into a broom closet, according to a transcript of a preliminary hearing in a criminal case against him. He closed the door, bent her over, pulled down her sweatpants and sexually assaulted her, an investigator testified. The encounter lasted only 3 minutes, according to the testimony, because Darrow heard a noise outside the closet and stopped. In that same month, Officer Tony Garcia sent all the women in a housing unit to breakfast but one. The woman performed oral sex on him in her cell and later provided DNA evidence of the encounter to internal affairs investigators. The third case involved Officer Stephen Merrill entering the cell of 2 female inmates at 3:30 a.m. on October 30, 2017, and groping them. An investigation found, as inmate redacted, stood by the door facing the inside of the cell, she bent over and you inserted your right hand from behind her into her underwear. You grabbed her buttocks. The other inmate then faced the inside of the cell and bent over. Merrill reportedly also groped her from behind. The disciplinary decision released by prison officials doesn't provide further details about the incident. Under state and federal statutes, inmates cannot consent to sex with prison guards. Sustained findings of sexual misconduct by a correctional officer will result in dismissal, according to prison policies, and can be grounds for criminal prosecution. All 3 correctional officers at the Southern California Women's Prison were fired and charged with felony sex crimes. Attorneys representing them did not return requests for comment. Merrill and Garcia took plea deals, according to court records. Garcia served 2 days in jail and was placed on probation. Merrill's 2-year prison sentence was suspended as he completes 3 years of probation. He was also sentenced to less than a year of county jail time, eligible for work and weekend release. Prosecutors in the case against Darrow argued he had a history of being investigated for sexual activity with inmates, according to a preliminary hearing transcript in the case. But the San Bernardino County District Attorney suddenly dropped the charges against him in March of this year. Deputy DA Lisa Mann, who prosecuted the case, declined to answer any questions. Some officers are never even charged though. In Israel Trevino's case from the Central Valley Prison, it took officials 8 months to dismiss him for sexually abusing inmates. He was fired in April 2018. Prison officials never referred Trevino for criminal charges due to insufficient evidence for criminal charges, according to a spokeswoman. That's despite investigators' findings that he repeatedly groped women in his custody. The Central Region Criminal Investigation Team, after a full review of the material, recommended the case instead be opened as an administrative investigation, spokeswoman Simas wrote. The Office of Inspector General for California Prisons monitors all investigations of sexual assault and harassment by officers and issues public reports. In Trevino's case, the Office of the Inspector General noted several deficiencies in the prison's investigation. A prison investigator, scheduled conferences and critical witness interviews for when he knew the OIG would not be available, and only cooperated after the OIG elevated the issue to his supervisor, according to a 2018 Inspector General's Discipline Monitoring Report. The office's case review also faulted the investigation for failing to substantiate that Trevino was dishonest when he denied that he made inappropriate, derogatory and sexually harassing comments to inmates. Our power is to write about it and to bring transparency to the public because otherwise nobody knows what happens in these things. Inmate advocates would like California to create another oversight body with more teeth. They also agree with the Prison Law Office's recommendation that CDCR hire mostly female correctional officers to work inside the women's housing units. All of the male officers fired for sexual misconduct inside California women's prisons in recent years had access to areas of the housing units where women are changing. Federal law mandates that male officers announce their presence upon entering those areas, but otherwise does not restrict their presence. Attorneys with the Prison Law Office think prison officials could prevent a lot of abuse by cutting off that access. Washington Department of Corrections at one of their women's prisons made it a requirement that only women apply for certain positions working inside the housing units where the women live, sleep and bathe, said Prison Law Office Attorney Kendrick. The California prison system has been moving in that direction, according to spokeswoman Simas. A greater percentage of jobs in housing units are designated for female officers only, and the prison system is pushing to recruit more women. Currently, women make up roughly a third of officers at the two main female prisons in the state. Moda is still working to turn her experience in prison into an instrument for change. Thinking about the years she was scrutinized and objectified in prison by officers who considered her their girl makes her anxious and shaky. It's not the rules or the regulations, it's the culture, Moda said. How do you deeply affect this culture that's existed for so long where it's normal and okay to do this? Information on the California Reporting Project. Article 130 of 184. Teen gunman who killed two in shooting rampage at California high school dies in hospital. The teenager who shot 5 fellow students in a 16-second killing rampage at a Southern California high school has died, authorities announced Friday night. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said Nathaniel Tennessee Burho died at about 3:30 p.m. Friday at a hospital with his mother nearby. Burho had been in critical condition after shooting himself following the rampage, which killed 2 other students. Authorities say Burho pulled a gun from his backpack Thursday at Saugus High School in the Los Angeles suburb of Santa Clarita, shot 5 students at random and then shot himself in the head. It was his 16th birthday. Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva said the shooter appeared to act deliberately, as he knew exactly how many rounds were in the firearm. In 16 seconds he cleared a malfunction and was able to shoot 5 people and himself, so he seemed very familiar with the weapon, Villanueva said Friday. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment act. A detective and 2 off-duty officers helped save the children of Saugus High School. More. In the attack, officials said the teenager, armed with a .45 caliber semi-automatic weapon, apparently acted alone. There was no indication that he was affiliated with a group or ideology, said Paul Delacorte, the agent in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles field office. The shooting was captured on security video. Investigators say they still don't have a motive. The attack killed 15-year-old Gracie Muehlberger and 14-year-old Dominic Blackwell. 2 girls remain hospitalized but are expected to be released this weekend. He doesn't seem like the kind of kid to do this, said Brooke Risley, a 16-year-old junior at Saugus High School. Risley said he was a quiet, normal student with whom she had attended the same school since elementary. He ran track and cross country while his girlfriend, with whom sheriff's deputies say they are in contact, was on the swim team. He was also a Boy Scout. Joe Fitzpatrick, a senior who helped the teacher in Burho's physics class, called him a good, quiet kid, who didn't miss assignments and did well on tests. He just seemed like one of those regular kids, Fitzpatrick said. Burho's father died in December 2017, according to obituary information and a Facebook tribute. Next-door neighbor Jared Axon, 33, said the teen was re-establishing ties with his father prior to his sudden passing. Authorities have not identified a motive or rationale and have uncovered no manifesto, diary, suicide note or writings. Police Police are still analyzing the weapon and how Burho may have obtained it. This article originally appeared on USA Today. Nathaniel Burho died in the hospital after shooting several students.
There's another route that I can take to get down
Article
there.
131 of 184.
Okay.
4 takeaways from the Philadelphia Eagles signing Jay Ajayi.
Alright. Okay, so Yolanda, to answer your question, it's an app called Voice Aloud Reader. What I do is I queue up all any news articles or Quora posts or whatever. I can even copy contents to the clipboard, and it'll automatically read off what's in the clipboard if I have it set up that way, which I actually do. So if I wanted to, I can go on to Facebook and just long tap on any post or comment, whatever, and then when it'll pull up option to copy, and I can hit copy, and it'll actually put it into the voice reader and play it. If I so really wanted to do that. Yeah, what's wrong with this person? I'll speed up now that I'm trying to pass you. If you're doing it, don't sit here and be in the way. Alright, you're not going to screw me over and get me stuck out there because you don't want to figure out what a certain a constant speed to run. Yeah, I can I can demonstrate the app when I get stopped. It's pretty much like a one button push thing to get it playing. And what I do is I queue the articles up into the reading list, and that way when I'm driving, I just hit the play button one time and it'll just automatically go article by article through the list. John, hang tight with Scotty's account. The Amazon affiliates fiasco, basically, he basically has to go in and remove all the links to all of his videos. All his videos in the description, it has the link to his Amazon affiliates account. Basically, that was, from my understanding, a violation of their policy or something, and he posted about it on his Facebook account. But it sounds like he's having a heck of a miserable time trying to get the problem resolved. It's easy to start and stop it, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I want to listen to music. Sometimes I want to just listen to articles and hear other people's perspectives on whatever things. Whatever I find on Quora that's interesting, or just if I see a question that looks like I could see interesting answers on, I'll just queue it up, not having any idea what the people actually wrote as their answers. that stuff. I'm sure some of it's kind of interesting to listen to. I'm sure some of it might not be of, certain things on core might not be so much of interest to you guys individually, but then there might be other stuff that it's worth listening to for all of us. Kind of also breaks up the monotony of just open road with just no interaction, no sound or anything like that. Kind of like some entertainment, I guess. Yeah, when I get shut down, here's that JCT bobtail. He doesn't have a trailer behind him, but he's at 3964. Black Kenworth. I can do screen capture and so you guys can see exactly what I see, and I can show you how the app actually works too. Swift 0. You have a point. I haven't really noticed any Swift trucks lately. Crash I-17 south, mile marker 278. Detour at the 169. Oh, come on. So basically at 169, I used to use that route to get over to Prescott Valley when I was in the Walmart fleet. And so I know exactly what they're going to do. It's going to go across over to the, I think that's Highway 79, if I remember right. I forget the highway number. That goes over to Prescott Valley itself. But I have a feeling it'll detour over that way, and then I'll turn left. Instead of turning right like I'm going to go to Prescott Valley, I turn left and follow that road down, and then I guess that'll take me around the problem. Of course, could get lucky and it might clear up by the time I get over there. It's starting to rain more. Hopefully the traffic won't be too bad trying to get around that. I'm concerned it could be a problem. always have wildfires in Cali, and also earthquakes. It can go in cycles too, where there's a real cell phone tower, by the way, up ahead to the right, kind of the base of the hill there. Yeah, it just really depends on what kind of precipitation we get there each year. If we get a good amount of rain and snow, then particularly rain, we'll have fewer problems in the short term. But then once drought conditions come back, it creates more problems in the long term. Crossing Interstate Route 99 right now. Yeah, James, knowing how green Missouri is, that doesn't surprise me. Imagine you guys get a lot of rain there. There's the JCT 3775. Silver Freightliner. Looks like another one coming up here. Some Kenworth. Black or blue. Yeah, it's a black one. 4209. What's with the name change? You're not Dactyl anymore. At least they add 2 more GCTs to the spotted list. I think we're up to about 7 now or something like that. Okay. Come on, cars. Get by me so I don't have to slow down for CFI. driver's phone number and give him a call and see what his ETA to Tolleson is. Might be a little more convenient than the ones on I-17, so why not? Well, there are several trucks parked there already. So I'm going to come all the way over here next to Gil, right behind him, then cut back. Okay. Honest trucking in the world. That's what someone else says. Who's this again? CB Radio Angelica Larson. I got some suggested recommended videos of some little blonde girl. I guess she drives for US Express on a Target dedicated account. Yeah, I had a hard time listening to her though. I can't stand the way she talks. This phone number. L0759 386 265. Meet at the Tolleson yard. Swap trailers. Please make contact for any further necessary arrangements. Well, okay, I guess. Not really I want to do the swap, but I guess I can always have them change it anyway. Alright. Oh, yeah. I need to do my I'm gonna do my reefer status check while I'm here. How's that dog pee without peeing on its on the thing that's wearing? I like flatbed chick. I think she's called. Oh, she's been. Yes, I did scale it. Yes, weight's good. 628. Yep. Chicken. Alright. Seal number 9834675. Okay. Status check has been sent. Alright. I'm doing good here, Tom. I just stopped to do a reefer status check, and then I needed to get the contact info for the other driver, see about where he's at, when they'll be in Tolleson and all that, and then maybe even see if that's where he even really wants to swap. I was more interested in stopping at Pilot personally. Get on the road here and I'll call him up and see if he wants to meet at Pilot instead. Of course, I can always drop the trailer in the drop yard and then good. All these trucks already moved over. Ooh, this uphill, I'm having a hard time getting some speed built up because of it. Come on, dude. Switch lanes. Pay attention. Don't friggin' tell me that you can't move over. I can see around you and tell that you can move over. Dumbass. Ah, there's a Swift over there. Get up to speed, then I'll call him. Truck that you're clearly going a lot faster than before you decide to hit your turn and say, no, move over. Guy's an idiot. Probably was busy, was distracted or something. And I could see around the side of his truck and tell that there was nobody in the lane to worry about over there. There was someone in the lane, but a little further back, and not in a position to prevent him from moving over. So there's just no excuse for that. That's exactly it. Not paying attention. All right, dude, come on over. Daytona Beach, Florida. Okay, that's where he's from. Hey, Marlon, this is Scott from JCT. We're gonna get a heads up what your ETA is to Tolleson, and if you want to meet up at the drop yard like the swap thing says, or if you want to meet up at Pilot or whatever. All right, give me a call back, please. Thanks. All right. Yeah, I'd prefer Pilot too because I want a shower. And there aren't any facilities at the. I mean, maybe like an outhouse over at the Thermo King lot where we drop our trailers, but yeah, it only rang like 1.5 times or about 2, whatever, and then it went to voicemail, so I'm guessing the guy must be on the other line or something. Worst case, I can always just go straight to Pilot and then stop and get a shower, post trip or whatever, and then I can PC over to the yard. It's close by. JCT, I think it is. Yeah, white Kenworth or silver. 4100. Still got about an hour and a half before we get down there. That's just a heavy freight lane for us here. We do a lot between California and the Midwest. Swift is huge. They got like 17,000. Used to have 26,000, but when they merged with 90, downsized. think that the pay here should be better than it is, but you gotta look at it from a broader business perspective too, not just your own. And ultimately, we're only here to support JCT, and it kind of gets kind of like an intro to running your own business too. And ultimately, JCT's business is making JCT money. They got a lot of people who work at the office, who've got to get paid too. They add a lot of convenience to our work, where we don't have to worry about a lot of stuff that owner ops have to deal with. Especially on a wet road. Hit your throttle. I'm not going to move over for you. If you can't be bothered to hit your throttle, I'm not going to bother to move over. Thank you. Stupid Floridian. Oh, now you're slowing down for the other car. Go around. Come on. There you go. I got another car coming up on my left side. I won't have to detour around it. Yeah, I say we're still over an hour out from there anyway, so might be cleared up and hopefully no evidence of any problems when I get over there. Out of the way specifically for you guys to pass, so y'all can hook me up too and leave me an option if I need it. From I-17. Difficult for me to get past this guy. Roll transport. Auburn, California. I know where it's at. Exit 207, Costanino Road. mark of 7. What are you? You should. 9-3 right now. All right, 10. Cops camping out here like they usually are. Nope. 10-3 right now, Lisa. There was another Jason T on the other way. I'm not sure if you heard me call it earlier. Thinking you might have gotten buffered out or something. I think you'd see a lot more Swift trucks considering they're based in Phoenix. people. Someone's holding us up. 42 degrees, so it's about 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. Because I was going uphill too, because it tends to read lower when I'm going uphill than when I'm going downhill. Alright, now on I-17 southbound. Be about 120 or so miles, somewhere in the ballpark, to get to Loop 101, and then I'll take Loop 101 across over to the west end of Phoenix. If it comes down to it, I can always stop at the Pilot over in Camp Verde, or whatever that town is called, and did a splash there, but I don't think I shouldn't need to. away from Flagstaff. It's about 15 miles behind me. On my door window, right in the spot where I like to lift post on in my flat mirror. Over here too. that there's a crash in that area. There was a detour, but the signs on I-40 started to say crash clearing and expect congestion. So I do anticipate some slowing over there for that reason. They were saying there was a detour to take 169 over to, I think it's 79. Like you're going toward Prescott Valley. I used to deliver the Sam's Club over there in Prescott Valley. But instead of turning right to go to the Prescott Valley, you turn left and follow, I want to say it's 79. Take that and it runs you right back into I-17. It's not showing any signs of a backup. Just kind of hoping it clear up completely by the time I get to it. Fox Ranch Road coming up. JCT coming the other way. Silver Kenworth, 3463. Rocky Park Road, 1 mile. 5,000 foot level. Over on the left. Not much of it, but it's there. About 6% next 4 miles. I need to drop down in here. Down to a low enough RPM so I can shift first. Foot level. We're done with the 6% for now, I forget. Treat it like it's a 5 for now until I know better. Yes, this is very scenic. Vehicles, right lane only, half mile ahead. Okay, I believe it was a 285 where that accident was, or no, I think it was 278 or whatever. Saying to use the detour 278, which is Highway 169. Hill resumes, 1.5 miles ahead. Save your brakes. brake brakes? Rest area, a mile ahead. Alright, excellent. There's a Swift parked over in this rest area. So I think it's 11 to 5 now, right? No, what? No pavement markings, 3 miles in, okay. Not too far away from Camp Verde. Already been on this highway about 45 miles now. Thinking what I'll probably do when I get down there is just go ahead and drop my trailer in the yard and lock my post trip, and then I can PC over to the pilot, get my shower, and then come back to the yard. going the other way. What is that, 12.6? JCT, I think you might have been buffering when I said L4096 went by. Can't barely town limits. Highway 260 and to past Clearing 10 miles. Memorial Bridge. Entering Prescott National Forest. Train is what, more like 4 of them, like what they do in Australia. 253 footers, we have a different name for it. Or actually, maybe we do put it in a road train. I forget. Or B train or something. Yeah, very few states allow trucks to run 253-foot trailers, though. And the states that I normally am in and have an interest in are not included in that. There's a Swiftie on the side of the road. truck behind me. It's like a, can't remember exactly. One of them oxygen or nitrogen tank trucks. It looks like, from what I can tell. He's gotta be hating life. He's stuck behind me. And he keeps getting railroaded, and there's no good way to get around me. Move over. I can't tell how close you are. It's Highway 169 to Prescott. What are you doing, car? Now you're gonna make me nervous when you're slowing down into that gap there. Blocking the lane for one. Second, you're making me worry if you're going to come into the lane in front of me now. Why the hell would you do? Don't block the freaking lane. I'm going to... It's not leaving enough space where I can get around either. Space, and then I got got an SUV right next to me. Why are these guys moving over? Oh, okay. Damn it. Hurry up. Get that fucking piece of shit out of my freaking way. Thank you. So you don't camp out next to other traffic. Leave escape routes available for each other. Needs to get the hell away from the, either get back over the right and back off, or get in front of them. Stop blocking the left lane. Getting pretty saturated and all the rainwater getting splashed up by them is affecting visibility. Radius Road and Ormy Road. 1 mile. If I recall, I want to say it's like 220 something for Highway 1 for Loop 101. This rain is really messing with me. Leaving Prescott National Forest. JCT coming the other way. 4041. Over Kenworth. Pass by 214C. Okay, I can think it was like 220 something. Alright. So I'm a little further out than I thought. See, a little over 50 miles from the loop then. To make a run for it because we don't have a huge amount of customer in our freight in Phoenix there. We do have customers, just not a huge amount, and Swift is based here. So it's kind of like going into their snake pit. I'm so good, I got a little over an eighth of a tank. I should be able to make it all the way to our yard without needing anything. Snake pit is fitting too when they have the Arizona Diamondbacks they play here. Alright, 263 Highway 69 North, Arcosanti Road and Prescott. Coming up. turn my wipers down, I'll start getting more rain. If there's any concern at all, right here is the pilot. But that should be good. Cordes Lakes Road number. Next service is 20 miles. Bloody Basin Road, 1 mile. Oh, it's up to 50 though. 53 degrees. About maybe 11.5 degrees Celsius for you guys. Right side, on the passenger side, down the embankment on the other side. traffic. There's a red four-wheeler over the embankment on its side of the 259. Warm tires and too fast for the conditions. Really reacting to an out of control situation. Probably locked up their brakes because they felt themselves spinning and then they aggravated it. Miles to go to Loop 101. 248 Bumblebee, 1 mile. And down to the 3,000 foot level. About 470 miles so far, so yeah, should be right around that 54 miles. Maybe a little more. Terrain here is getting a little more green too. Bunch of saguaros over here to the right. I don't think I'll find a fake saguaro there for you though, Tara. Black Canyon City, 1 mile. whole bunch of Sawatos here. Come on, pick up. Come on, don't mind me. Iowa Fria River. Coldwater River. Exit 242, Rock Springs, Black Canyon City, 1 mile. No, Rock Springs is in Wyoming. Tower directly to my left. Traffic can get as annoying as El Paso's traffic. Where most people are doing fine, but then all it takes is just 1 or 2 idiots to become a problem. Minivan is... Don't hit your brakes. Tacoma driver. expect anything different. Elevation 2000. We're pretty much down at the bottom now. Your best shot. Exit 229, Anthem Way, 1 mile. There you go. Fire away. Anthem Veterans Memorial. And 227, Daisy Mountain Drive, 1 mile. As I get near you. Well, Washington, you're stuck there now unless you get behind me. Let's see if she stays on the. What did I tell you? She got in the lane behind me. How did I know that was going to happen? picked up my flatbedder. Somebody munched something, or he just broke down. Yep, you got some damage. You hit the wall with the side of your car. Case of I got worn tires and I don't change my tires and when I need to. If you're waiting until you got cord body showing, there's a Swifty. Well, it's not. It's the tractor's not a Swift, but the trailer is. Oh, almost got that bird. That was close. 223, Highway 74 West, Carefree Highway. Yeah, if you don't have any tread groove to work with, there's nowhere for the water to go except for stay underneath your tire. That's why we actually have wear limits on our truck tires. You can't just run them till they're bald. You have to. You can get put out of service if they're below a certain tread depth. Okay, that's why I was getting confused. The one that's like the 220 or so, that's Loop 303. Dove Valley Road. And 221 is 303 South. It's Sonoran Desert Drive. If I was going straight to California, I would be going this way, but being at Tollison's right by the 101. Right by where 101 and 10 meet up. That'll be the way I go. South, 10 West, Phoenix bypass route. Yep. Exactly. Outdoors and living classroom. Yep. Project exploration. Happy Valley Road. Yeah, let's go there. I bet everybody's happy there. Mule, burro, donkey, ass. I don't know. sure a mule is a cross between a horse and a donkey, and I know they're sterile because horses are able to mate with donkeys, but the offspring, because horses have a different number of chromosomes than donkeys or something like that, the mule that results from it is not able to reproduce. here and I do that. Jackass. Oh, what's this here? Someone else hit a wall or something? I think someone got rear-ended or something. The back end of that white car was all smashed up. You're not. Here I come. Exit 20, 51st Avenue. Can't see very far. Silhouette up there, but yeah, this is prime time road condition here for hydroplaning. Damn. Hammer down, yeah! Wow! That'll be fun. I don't know about these cars around me though. Yeah, that was brilliant, pickup driver. Just figured that out now. Exit 19, 59th Avenue. Glendale City Living. I'm gonna follow this guy a little further back because he's a dumbass who doesn't even know that he's in an exit only lane until the last second. So. Down my wipers for a little bit. How long will that last? Probably not very long. Yeah, I want to tell you something. Pick up again. Is this the one jackass doing this or something? Exit 18, 67th Avenue. 3/4 mile. Problem is, I got traffic in the lane next to me and can't move over. And I'm okay with keeping my speed about where it is in this condition anyway. Yeah, get over there. Get off this freeway and away from me. I don't trust you. Wow, it's easy to know how far I am from I-10. Just count down to 0. When we get down to 0, we'll be at I-10. 17, 75th Avenue. Oh, it's starting to burn up a little bit. dumbass is gonna come darting out. Oh shit. Lanes are blocked. Accident here. Everyone's moving over to the HOV lane and the fast lane. And exit 16, Beardsley Road and Union Hills Drive. Well, fire engine, you're blocking my view of the fun. There we go. Alright, I got my wipers off. Let's get more rain here now. Alright, come on, Escalade. You know you're going to need over here anyway. Cut in front of me anyway. I just leave the space so I don't have to worry about getting hit while they're at it. Oh, they're getting the debris out of the HOV and the lane I'm in. They just moved it. They just walked it over to where the fire truck is. So, yay! Now we're moving again. Oh, shut up. Primary fuel low now. That's alright. I can usually do at least 40, 50 miles without even worrying about it. Come on. You know you guys need over. Just do it. Yeah. Just give it to me. Checking out traffic, sporting his shorts and short sleeve shirt. Yeah, I got two more white four-wheelers over here. Can't figure out where they need to be. Oh, the other one's going to get behind me. These two will get in front. Come on. Alright, Dodge Ram pickup. Yeah, nice front end damage there, buddy. She's a bit hurt. She must have made that pretty good. What did she hit though? She hit the wall or... Yeah, I guess that would make sense. If it's on the driver's side, she probably hit the wall on the, over in the median and then went back over, ricocheted back over. Good condition. Have good tires. Hope she wasn't too badly hurt. Kind of had to look like she was, maybe had a lower, like a leg problem or something. Maybe a knee injury or something. Should make sense if she slammed into the wall. Conditions. I gotta show my friend Fred just how much water our trucks spray up. So it doesn't matter what you put on your mirrors. amount of water our tires spray up out on around us, it obscures our view behind us. That's why it's important to have your headlights on and windshield wiper conditions. So I can see your light projecting through it, but if it's just your vehicle, I can't guarantee I'll see it, even if I should be able to. Exit 12, Thunderbird Road, 1 3/4 miles. Slow down on wet roads, yeah, but they don't read, so, and they don't care even if they do read, so what good is it? Peoria city limits. No easy motorcycles. At least the traffic volume's died down some. More bearable. It's just fine. These clowns speed up at least. Yeah, that's actually the same law in a lot of states. Basically, what happens is a lot of lawmakers, they tend to have conventions, where they get together with other states and they discuss different ideas and, hey, we're doing this or we're doing that, whatever. And they'll talk about what their, just their ideas and then what merits they're having or what kind of effects they're having. And that's one of the ways that the lawmakers come up with new traffic laws. Pretty much anywhere in the U.S. If you have to use your windshield wipers, you also have to have your headlights on by law. I would pick up loads over in Casa Grande and take them up to Walmart stores up in Las Vegas. No. Please do not use automatic headlights. I wish they would have never invented those damn things. Why? Because I see it too many times. Every damn night, I see somebody driving with headlights on but no tail lights. Because their lazy ass thinks, oh, I see my headlights on, they're automatically on, and they think that all their lights are on, and it's not true. I can see a brand new vehicle with the headlights on and no tail lights. They should have never made those damn things. Make it the driver's responsibility to do their own job. Especially in a city area on pretty much a nightly basis, I'll usually see at least one or two people driving like that with no tail lights at all. And it can't be because they have electrical problems or the lights are out, especially when I see it even on brand new vehicles. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This damn Kia Soul driver speeding up again. Yeah, let's go ahead and camp out next to the truck. Let's wait till I hydroplane and go crashing into you. Then what do? You're a sitting duck. Got another accident here. Blue Honda and then red Dodge Ram, and then I think they might have just been pointing y'all. Yeah, I see a cop over down there on the big mill, over by the river or ditch or whatever that ditch is over there on the other side of the freeway. Something going on over there. James, you gotta tell your buddy in that Kia Soul to learn how to drive. He sucks. He's one of your people. He's from Missouri. Exit 7 Bravo, Glendale Avenue. That's where the Arizona Cardinals play, is it? Got the arena right here in front of us. And then a little over to the left, just a bit to the east of that is the, I think that Lawrence Stadium is called that the Cardinals play in. State Farm Stadium. What's this over here a little further? Except for the wind. Gila River Arena. Okay, is that the name of the arena that the Suns playing? I don't have time for sports too often anymore. It's a pretty cool driving range there though. where that accident was, the other end of 101, and yeah, you'll get some wet there. Off the 10 freeway at exit 135, which is right where the Loves is at. And I'm going to take that road down till, what's the name of that damn street? Not Van Buren. What is that? And then go down there. And their lot there is where we drop our trailers. Degrees here. Alright, 135, 83rd Avenue, 3/4 miles. This is actually the same exit I want. Just got on the eastbound I-10 from Loop 101 in the Phoenix area. First exit here, 130, exit 135 is where I'll be getting off. Now normally we're supposed to be in the outer turn lane when there are two right turn lanes. However, I know this intersection is wide enough where we can actually go ahead and use the inner turn lane and not need to use anybody else's space and still safely make the turn. So, see how the England truck with the Family Dollar trailer and Swift are both over here in the inner lane. Oh, it's Scotty's favorite intersection here. Yeah, we won't argue about being which lane to be in here. You go virtually anywhere else, though, and I'll say no, this is not the correct lane. But it's all right. You can have our opinions. You bastard. I love it when the light changes when I'm in the middle of gear shift and kind of expecting to skip down to a certain gear and then turn out I need to go somewhere else. NT1. Utility has trucks that run that. Okay. Van Buren was what I was thinking of earlier. I knew that was one of the arteries, but it's actually Buckeye Avenue that I want. The one that has that weird highway thing, like 85 or whatever the hell it is. Nice. That truck sounded like it was getting a little bit of oversteer going in that turn. Intersection that I got a car hauler hanging out next to me. See if I can accelerate fast enough to get in front of him, because he's not really doing anything. No, he's turning left anyway. Do I have to deal with these people? Anyway, now you gotta fight your way over. And you're a day cabber, you know better. I swear, this construction here at this intersection, it seems like it'll never end. Dude, you know you need over. I'm gonna take it while you have chance. Unless he's just blocking traffic. You are missing a door hinge. Bottom line, what the hell? Sir, your right side door, the top is open. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking cannon ain't closing. I'm going real close by though. Yeah, thank you. All right. Hold it. Yeah, it's... I don't know if I want to be behind him. And this Volvo's trying to make a turn into this lot over here. That's not good. And then, yeah, these pallets are all pushing on the door. Man, that's not good. It's only one of those latches is even latched. What the hell? He's got 2 door latches on each door. Wait till he gets in front of me, you'll see it. Okay, this intersection seriously sucks. fix it. Now the right side door, only the outer latch is even latched. And that trailer's definitely seen better days. This guy's having fun trying to back in from the street. Yeah. I think I will stay here until I know I can clear the railroad tracks. Cutting across my path, especially when I'm in the middle of crossing the tracks. Oh, hell no. I might let you have space in front of me after I'm past the tracks, but... Heavy G and heavy guns. Okay, he's got Marine Corps decal on his rear window. Yeah, anybody who basically carries passengers or hazmat is required by law to come to a complete stop before they cross tracks. General freight like us, where I don't have hazmat or passengers that I'm worried about, that I'm carrying, I don't have to stop for them. Tells me these lights are not staying green long enough to allow anybody to go anywhere. Come on, people, you're killing my time. I want to get myself an off-duty my post-trip logged and off-duty as quickly as possible, because you're going to make it take longer for me to start my next shift, which means less time I have available to move that other load, and at least it'd still be on time for my delivery. Yeah, you guys are both assholes, both of you. Well, guess what? I want to be an asshole too. There's nobody behind me to worry about. They're all trying to move over anyway, but now they'll have a lot of fun trying to be assholes. Everybody within the last couple, like 100 feet or so behind me, was already moving over behind me anyway, but I mean, the first car that was in the right lane back there was closer to the railroad tracks. G Swift. Costco DC's right here. If you turn right, go all the way down on that road, and you'll go right. You'll get right to the guard shack for Costco. Swift and Central. Yeah, go. That dude has a mullet. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. People. So a lot of people trying to get into the left turn lane. Come on. Dude, you can't turn into that lane. That's a left turn lane for the other side, jackass. I know what you're up to. Trying to turn around or something. Alright, let's leave this driveway open. Just a little bit of water there on the road. You go, boy. Of course, nobody behind me has any concept of leave the freaking driveway behind you, over there, accessible, so people can turn in or out of there without you interfering. Think they got rained on a little bit today? I think they're just a little bit flooded. there's another Swifty. That's alright, I'll probably see if you might see some JCT trucks when we get to the drop yard. And I know you won't see any Swift trucks there when we do. Intersection of while it's still yellow anyway, so it means I'm legally in it. That was going to happen. Alright, am I going to have problems getting into the Thermal King lot? I hope not. It's coming right up. Okay, yeah, just turn right here where these cars are at. The way this traffic looks, I'm not sure I even want to leave this lot. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. Get some JCTs to add to the count here, I hope. It's all Cedar England on this side and JCT on the other side of the same end here. Yeah, there you go. There's like 3 bobtails over there. Yeah, count them. Western Flyer Express, huh? You guys use a lot here also. Might be enough room there to... Yeah, I think there might be just enough there for me to work with, so... It's U-turn setup time. watch out for the outhouse now. Give extra space there. I think the trailer, yeah. Well, I guess. Tandems over there a little bit more, and then I'll come back, straighten up with the trailer, and I'll pull it forward so I can get closer to the other trailer. Let's get squared back up. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Straight in. It's gonna be a bit of messy. I'm gonna have a mess in my truck soon though. Alright, landing gear is down on it's on top of those little steel pad thingies. Alright, so those pads, I gotta make sure the landing gear's on top of them. They are, so. Get this dropped in. Trip status, so I can hurry up and get myself off duty and make sure I have more time to work with. back in a minute, but I gotta find a good, see if I got Ziplocs big enough for that. I don't remember if I do. See, the thing is, I need to try to at least somewhat waterproof the bills before I put them in the bill box. I'll just say I've dropped the trailer here, and whenever that guy gets here, he can have it. JCT Drop Yard, Tolleson, Arizona, 6288. I don't know the truck number. Okay, 5092. Yes, no. Bill box. 28. I guess 6. Sure. Whatever he left it at. Other driver not here yet. Come on. Plus 28. Alrighty. You have turned into a ghost. Soon I'll watch my raccoons. 24/7 live feed of squirrels, raccoons, foxes, possums, and deer that this lady feeds. That's better. You're not as okay. Like this. Change the lighting on it. Park over there by that trolley thing over there. Yeah, we're not supposed to stay hooked up to the trailers, and I'm not keeping. You know, I'm dropping this trailer anyway. So, no. Actually, I need to. I'm gonna go put the bills in the box. Probably call my dispatcher because the other guy hung up, didn't answer the call. He intentionally avoided it. Parked, so come over here by this Dodge. solution. What, the other guy already dropped the other trailer? They already sent me the load assignment. That means the other guy must have already dropped it. Well, if that's the case, let's find out what's the story here. Because if that's the case, I'll go PC over to the pilot. Okay, going to Southern Cal something on Philadelphia Avenue in Fontana. Where's my trailer number? 6553. Yep, it's over there. Okay. Well, shit, if that's the case. Come on. Now that I know that, I'll as well grab it and leave. Just PC over to pilot and call it a day. This is stupid. I don't want to have to burn PC time or drive time or whatever just to get over to the trailer. It would have been nice if the other driver would have answered the damn call so I'd known ahead of time if it was already going to be here, if he was going to want to meet somewhere else or what. He actually dropped it pretty low too, which is good. There's my 20 PSI that I'm looking for. Yep, that's a little latch. Yep. And that looks good. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta hook up, finish the coupling here. I did pretty fast suspension already. Okay. You know, when I first hooked up to this trailer and saw it was actually sitting kind of low. I mean, like he didn't lower the landing gear excessively. I had the feeling he was a good experienced driver, but when I do that, when I walk around and I find out that the bills are in the vent door, not the bill box, and on top of that, they don't have any Ziploc or grocery bag or something to protect them, that doesn't quite sound like quite as experienced driver. Okay, going to U.S. Food Southern Cal on Philadelphia Avenue in Fontana. Uncooked marinated whole chicken. Alright. That came out of Seguin, Texas. Brilliant. Now we go to PC mode. Come on. PC mode. Personal use. Because I really am only moving for personal reasons. Almost 2 hours left on my clock. You know what? Yeah. I'm almost tempted to just go ahead and head west and then get over to either the pilot over in Tonopah or the one over off exit 45. I don't know if I can get to the one off 45 because I'm going to probably burn clock time just trying to get to the damn freeway. Whatever might do me a shorter trip to the receiver tonight. Yeah, I'd probably just be better off PCing. Now I'll see how lovely nice these guys are going to be letting me over. Got a whole bunch of traffic coming from the left, and you guys aren't going to be nice, are you? Yeah, so I'm going to go the other way. Looks like I might have an easier time making the turn from over there anyway, so. And it's technically not a truck route to get over to Pilot. Guys let me over, but come on, I got to pick up. once the pickup goes by, I can go. Now I just take the 85th or whatever that street's called back over and just take the traditional route over to Pilot. Because technically, if I go that way, if I turn right, go down that road, then basically the street that street goes right down to where Pilot is, but there's a section of it that's not really a truck route. They even have signs saying no trucks, so I would have ended up being forced to come back over this way toward 85th anyway. I can't figure out which one's the left turn lane. Yeah, no fuel needed. Guess again, my low fuel light is on. That's interesting. Got green arrow. look over at what the pedestrian crossing timer was gonna say, was saying, and right when I looked at it, was at 0. Only 25,000 pounds. I wouldn't be surprised if it is a 25,000 pound load. Over here, so I know I can get to the freeway ramp, but oh, come on, dude, what are you doing? There's this thing called a left turn lane. Make sure you use it. Thank you. I gotta be careful here because my mirror, oh good, no, he's turning, so don't have to worry anymore. These lanes are not wide, and I had to be concerned about my mirror hitting the mirror on the Gardner truck if he had not been able to make his turn before I passed by. Safety. Truck's going to be in the wrong lane there. Looks like he's going to use the inner lane. But see, I was able to make the turn without encroaching on anybody's lane, and my tenants even stayed completely in my own lane. That's why we use the outer turn lane. Oh, there's another JCT going the other way. 133A, which is right after this. 99th Street's where the pilot's at. That's where I'm going to stop. Local time or midnight California time. Somewhere in that ballpark. Gotta see what time I went off duty. I think this time I might just go straight to the shower, so I can't get screwed out of it this time. You're stupid. You're in the inner lane again. Pilot. I can also turn right here and then wait till I'm done with my day, or wait till I'm done with it. Get my trailer going up. Because I'm a little concerned about where I'm at in relation to my fellow driver. But ICC bar and my tandems. Okay, my tandem, as I was concerned, I had 17 like you saw there. Forward, left, so caused me to come in a little bit more. They're sucking up all the airwaves. Sounds like just talking away. What's going on? Be looking forward. Look forward to seeing that. It is actually a great way to teach you some of the way. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. If you guys have any parting shots, whatever, go ahead. Type her name or swipe. It's gonna be, forget what, I don't know, 6 a.m. I got 11:19 left.